Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Okay, we have a quorum. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Thursday, wow, July 11th. Can't believe it. Thursday, July 11th meeting of the California Coastal Commission. We're going to begin this morning with a roll call, please. Ms. Miller.
Commissioner Akiri,
Here.
Commissioner Bochco,
Here.
Commissioner Striplin,
Here.
Commissioner Eckerly,
Here.
Commissioner Lowenberg,
Here.
Commissioner Nuttall,
Here.
Commissioner Trimble Sanders,
Here.
Commissioner Gordanga, Commissioner Williams,
Here.
Commissioner Wilson,
Here, you almost got me.
Chair Hart.
I'm here. Thank you
Yep.
very much. Just pulling up my agenda here because, yeah, the Wi-Fi doesn't appear to be working. I'm not sure what's going on with that. But let's move forward with virtual meeting procedures. And then might have to take a break to deal with that.
All right. Item 2 is the hybrid meeting procedures. Good morning. This Coastal Commission meeting is occurring both in person and through Zoom. This meeting is also being webcast and can be viewed online at cal-span.org. If you have access to the internet and wish to watch or listen to the meeting only and not speak on an item, we recommend use the CalSpan website. Those who wish to address the commission today can do so in person, through the Zoom platform, or by phone. The speaker request forms may be found on the commission's webpage. Paper forms and a scannable QR code for paperless submittal are available on the commission staff table just outside the meeting room. For those on Zoom, we have posted virtual hearing procedures on the commission's agenda webpage, which is a guide on providing comments via Zoom or by phone. Members of the public speaking during general public comment may be given up to 2 minutes to speak at the discretion of the chair. Requests to speak during the general public comment period will not be accepted after 8:30 a.m. on each day of the meeting. In order to provide the opportunity for the broadest range of public participation, you may speak on a specific topic one time only each month. Those speaking on an agenda item that is not general public comment are typically allowed 2 to 3 minutes to speak at the discretion of the chair. We will accept a request to speak on an item up until the chair opens the hearing on that particular item. If you have access to the internet, please go to the commission's webpage and click on the link to fill out a speaker request. If you do not have internet access or prefer to testify by phone, please call the commission staff at 562-477-9089. Again, that number is 562-477-9089. Staff will provide you with a telephone call-in number and instructions for how to participate and provide testimony by phone. We will manage speakers coming in and out of the meeting through a meeting organizer. When it is your time to address the commission, the organizer will invite you to turn on your video and microphone or provide instructions on how to unmute the phone. Madam Chair, that concludes virtual hearing procedures.
Thanks very much, Chris. We'll now move to agenda changes. Ms. Gray?
Good morning, Chair Hart and Commissioners. We do have a couple of agenda changes for today. As we had on the agenda changes memo, we have item 9A. This is the City of Eureka LCP amendment for the Tirsbeck rezone. This is moved to consent. And item 13A is moved to consent. This is the City of Newport Beach LCP amendment related to accessory dwelling unit provisions and a separate targeted modification to increase density on a single parcel in Newport Harbor. There has also been one additional change since the posting of the agenda changes memo, and that is item 15B. This is the application for the Newport Mesa Unified School District playground replacement. This is moved to consent. Madam Chair, that concludes agenda changes for today.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. All right, I'm now going to open the meeting for general public comment. And Chris, how many people do we have in public comment?
Let me check. We have 18 people signed up to speak, 5 in the room, and the rest on Zoom.
All right, thanks. Everyone will have 2 minutes and we'll begin with the folks in the room, please.
All right, I'm going to read off some procedures first, and then we'll start calling names. So, for members of the public, I'll be announcing the names of the upcoming speakers and invite you to speak when it is your turn. Each speaker will be allowed 2 minutes to speak during general public comment. In order to allow for live video testimony on Zoom, we will be bringing you in as panelists. As we bring you in, your Zoom will reload. This may take a moment. To speed up this process, we will bring several people in at a time, but please remain muted and keep your video off until we ask you to speak. After your time is up, you'll be moved back to attendee mode. For members of the public present in the room, I will call your names in the order that appear on our sign-up list. When you hear your name, please line up behind the podium and announce yourself with your name when you approach to speak. Several helpful tips. There's a raised hand function that will help us find you in the attendee list on Zoom. If you are using a phone for audio, you can raise your hand by dialing *9. If you are participating by Zoom, you should see a button on your Zoom screen. If you have signed up to speak for this item and are able to do so, please raise your hand now. When it is your time to speak, we will invite you to unmute and turn on your camera. You can unmute yourself on a phone by dialing *6. And please remember to state your name for the record. Our first speakers will be in the room. We have Scott Ty, followed by Scott Miller, and then Bill McLaughlin. So Scott Ty, if you're here, you can approach.
Not
I'm
here
not
cur-
seeing anyone approach, so Scott Miller.
You want to call all the names since there's only 5?
Bill McLaughlin, Steve Kochi, and Madeline Nieto Hope.
Just come on up if you're on that list. All right, and then we'll just forge ahead. Good morning.
Good morning. I am here to introduce what is called the Cleaner California Coast Initiative. Our sponsor is the Leave No Trace organization. My name is Madeline Nieto Hope, and this is Grace Milstein. We are, and these are our packets we would like to provide for you. I am here to describe the initiative. This is a pollution prevention strategy and an awareness campaign. This is a unified effort between Marin, Sonoma, and Mendocino counties. This is an initiative to combat the rising pollution, and it is due to increased visitation before the pandemic, during the pandemic, and after the pandemic. The principles of the Cleaner California Coast Leave No Trace initiative are informed by the coastal cleanup and the data that has been collected over the years about the most materials found. The principles are know before you go, trash your trash, pack it in, pack it out, proper human and pet waste disposal. So if you see a bathroom, use a bathroom. If you have a pet, please dispose of it properly. And then respect for coastal communities. So just really understanding the limitations of the coastal communities. The initiative is inviting all of our place-based partners to contribute and participate. This is a large collaboration across the geographic landscape. And in your packets, you will find ways to contribute and be involved. Sorry, I'm very nervous, so I'm trying to. And so please do consider being part of our initiative. And we thank you so much for the time today.
You know, one of the things I wanted to mention, I didn't see California Coastal over here.
Oh,
California.
sorry, I'm Thank you.
California Coastal Conservancy on your list. Maybe it is, maybe it's one of the groups, but it's a very important state agency partner.
Yes.
So I would definitely reach out to them as well, but this is awesome. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so
Appreciate
much.
it.
All right, again, the names, Scott Miller, Bill McLaughlin, Steve Kochi, Steve Ray. If you've heard your name, please approach. The order doesn't necessarily matter.
Bill McLaughlin. I have a slide deck.
Give us a second to bring it up. There it is.
Oh, cool. Good morning, commissioners. My name is Bill McLaughlin. I'm a lifelong surfer. fisherman, ocean beach activist, Surfrider Foundation member, San Francisco chapter. I've been involved in the campaign to restore the beach at South Ocean Beach in the south of Slope Boulevard area. Coming before you shortly will be the South Ocean Beach Armoring Project, and I'd like to discuss that right now. I think one of the big issues for a person that's been following it a long time and been active a long time, I think one of the big issues that perhaps a lot of us may be missing is that this whole wastewater infrastructure that is threatened and is requiring all this armoring is, if you look at the picture, you'll see why. We have, this is the construction of the wastewater infrastructure that's at issue here. And this was taken in the late 80s, early 90s. And the piece of infrastructure that's under threat the most is a sewer tunnel underneath the road there, the southbound lane, right in front of the treatment plant. It's basically the portion of the road that is closest to the water. It juts out onto the beach. This is the whole project area. This is why there is an erosion threat to infrastructure. We had a location mistake. The city built a huge sewer tunnel underneath the most seaward lane in that picture there. That's the Lake Merced Tunnel. That's what's driving this project. And, you know, I just wanted to point that out, make sure people know that we're dealing with infrastructure that was put in an erosion hazard zone, and that's where the real root of the problem is, and that's what really is where we need to address it. Surfrider and others, myself, we've been calling for some sort of a managed retreat plan because of this particular issue. We want to try to take care of this at its root. There's no way for that beach to survive in the coming era of climate change and sea level rise with keeping that infrastructure there and having a seawall. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And then again, Steve Kosi and Steve Ray.
Well, good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners, staff, and people out there in the public. It's good to see you all. And out of deference to the chair, my name is Mauro Ray, also known as Steve Ray. I can't get over that. I have to tell you, 3 times people yesterday stopped me in the hall, people I didn't know, and addressed me as Mauro Ray. So
You can let that go if you don't like it.
I feel like I'm kind of losing my identity. Although I have some old friends here in the audience today who used my right name, didn't know about the Mauro Ray yet. So anyway, I wanted to address you today regarding an EIR out of Morro Bay, of all places. The battery power plant that's proposed for the project had released an EIR, and they had a public comment review period on it. And 2 remarkable things came out of it. One was your staff sent in comments to it, an incredible letter, very detailed. It was only 5 pages long, as I recall, but it was chock full of great detail and great concerns and issues that we've been trying to raise. And then we get an official body like yours commenting on it, from your staff, and some excellent comments. So we really appreciate staff's great efforts on that. And I know that some of the recipients of the letter were, how should we say, put back by how detailed and how excellent it was. And the citizens of Morro Bay responded too. You know, normally I've done a lot of EIRs over the years, and normally you get somewhere between maybe 20, maybe even 50 comments on an EIR if it's really responded to well. In this case, we had 217 responses. So we had a great turnout, and we'll be talking more about it in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. And then I'm not seeing anyone else in the room. So we'll move to Zoom speakers. We'll start with Staley Prom, followed by Mandy Sackett, and then Sally Coons. Staley Prom, you're in as a panelist and should be able to unmute and begin.
Hi, good morning, Commissioners. I'm Staley Prom, Senior Legal Associate for Surfrider. First, I'd like to underscore that there are alternatives to OCTA's proposed armoring of San Clemente's coast. For one, during closures earlier this year, OCTA was able to utilize shuttles to connect train passengers between San Juan Capistrano and Oceanside. While perhaps less convenient, any such inconvenience is certainly worth it in order to not destroy the public beach and trust resources. Second, and relatedly, this isn't an emergency. The shuttle alternative is a proven feasible alternative which could be utilized immediately while other solutions such as relocation or retirement are considered. Next slide, please. OCTA's own initial assessment memo published in January shows the lack of emergency. For example, with respect to its plans to construct an engineered revetment along San Clemente State Beach from mile marker 206 to 206.67. Figure 2, shown on this slide, clearly acknowledges that San Clemente State Beach is, quote, stable, notes there is no immediate hazard, and states no action. Yet the document also indicates plans to construct a revetment along this stretch on an emergency basis. This must be denied. Similarly, Surfrider encourages you to deny a blanket maintenance and repair exemption for the 7-mile corridor in San Clemente, which OCTA's initial assessment considers. There's evidence OCTA's existing work has exceeded its permissible footprint, and any new armoring certainly doesn't qualify as maintenance and repair. Finally, OCTA has indicated it plans to install nearly 6,000 tons of rocks as stockpiles along various San Clemente locations so that they can be deployed quickly. But such stockpiles themselves constitute development that requires a coastal development permit and is not warranted by an emergency. Surfrider encourages you to protect San Clemente's beaches and the public's recreational opportunities and deny emergency permitting in San Clemente. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Mandy Sackett, followed by Sally Coons, and then Dina Gilio Whitaker. Mandy Sackett.
I have a PowerPoint as well. Hello, Mandy Sackett with the Surfrider Foundation. As you know, OCTA placed this enormous engineered revetment on San Clemente's beaches fronting the Cypress Shores HOA to protect the rail under an emergency permit in 2021 and 2022, and it remains unmitigated and unpermitted now, several years later. The revetment's blocking lateral access, and we have anecdotal reports that it's starting to impact the waves at Cottons, which you can see at the top of the photo. Next slide. Here is the start of San Onofre State Beach and the iconic trestled surf break. You can see it's right next door to this revetment. Next slide. This is the north end of the revetment towards San Clemente State Beach, which is directly adjacent on the other side. Now imagine this same seawall, next slide, taking up this entire beach. San Clemente and Calafia State Beach are now at risk from OCTA's armoring. They have a new plan to armor those beaches. California State Park this is a California state park since 1933, and it's one of the most popular beaches in California. It provides safe refuge from the inland heat and affordable overnight accommodations with 160 campsites, and it has some really fun beach breakaways to surf. OCTA recently unveiled a plan to place a 2/3 mile long seawall here, 50 feet wide. There's some minimal revetment already, but as you can see, this new armoring would extend across most of the sandy beach that remains. It would extend all the way from the Cypress Shores seawall, which is at the far distance, 2/3 of a mile. Next slide, please. So we are asking you to save this beach and dune system. OCTA has not conducted an EIR or any environmental review for. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Sally Coons, followed by Dina Gilio Whitaker, and then Samantha McDonald. Sally Coons.
Hello. Okay, I'm here to talk about an issue in San Luis Obispo County. It's regarding camping at Port San Luis. And I hate to just read stuff, but if I only got 2 minutes, I got to read it. I go to Port San Luis often, both for camping and day use. The California Coastal Act requires that lower cost visitor and recreation facilities be protected, encouraged, and where feasible provided. With the elimination of the Knobby Point and Woodyard camping sections, this lower cost visitor standard is not being met. Flying Flags is not affordable. That's the other, if you're not familiar with it, but it's the other campground. An RV site without hookups rents for $145 during the week and $169 on the weekends. This is more than double what it costs to camp on the bluff, which is $78 a night. Additionally, Flying Flags has a 4-night minimum on weekends, so it costs over $600 to camp at Port San Luis if you're at Flying Flags. They have a 7-night minimum during the peak summer months, June 5th to August 27th. It would cost you over $1,000 to camp there. It is not affordable for the local people who go to Port San Luis. Page 5 of the Land Use Plan Major Amendment 1-05 states that RVs block the view. This is not the case. The road from the bridge leaving Avila to the entry of Diablo Canyon is a mile. Knobby Point and Woodyard frontage consumes 0.15 of a mile. So 80% of the view along Avila Drive is still available to day use visitors. There's parking on both sides of Avila Drive. I go there often. I just went there for 4th of July weekend. I've never had a problem finding parking. You can park on both sides of the street, and then there's a parking lot at the end of the road. There's always been a huge demand for camping at Port San Luis. Demand is not currently being accommodated, even with Knobby and Woodyard included. When those sections are eliminated, there'll only be 8 sites available on the coastal gateway, unless you have a boat. That's a whole different section, and hundreds of campers wanting them. So it'll be virtually impossible to get a site. So my question is, what are steps that we can take to reverse this decision and get the LCP amendment? What do we have to do? Amend the LCP? I don't know what the steps are to get this decision reversed so that it's not violating the California Coastal Act. So I need your help.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Dina Julia Whitaker, followed by Samantha McDonald, and then Cassie Vo, and then I'll list a bunch of names that we haven't been able to find in the attendees list. So Dina.
Why Hoffehalt, Squeeze Dina Julia Whitaker. I teach American Indian Studies, American Indian Environmental Studies at Cal State San Marcos in San Clemente, and I'm or in San Diego, but I'm also a San Clemente resident, a local surfer, and an advisor to Surfrider Foundation. I speak today on Octa's request for a permit for an emergency revetment wall, which we've heard about already, which shores up the low sand corridor in the face of ongoing beach erosion and destabilizing railroad tracks. With the plan calling for 2/3 of a mile of revetment, which will cover virtually all the sand on this stretch of San Clemente State Beach, in addition to the beach encroachment, this extreme hard armoring will exacerbate beach erosion throughout the littoral cell. Additionally, this preemptive permit is counter to the Coastal Act and can lead to further extreme emergency, quote unquote, armoring on our coastline. I echo Surfrider's call for a full environmental impact study under CEQA. As coastal erosion advances with the rising ocean, I recognize that the Coastal Commission is increasingly being asked to intervene in controversial ways that infringe on the Coastal Act. Unfortunately, the shoring up of this stretch of train tracks brings California's public interest into conflict with national public interest. The area has also been subject to hasty temporary permit decisions, including the seawall at San Onofre Surf Beach and the 3 million pounds of spent nuclear waste buried on site at the Songs plant. Questions must be asked. While we await a more permanent solution that relocates the rail line inland, which will take decades, what plan will there be to undo Octa's temporary seawall? How many temporary emergency seawalls have been permitted have also been dismantled? Despite the conflicts of public interest, I remind you that your duty as a commission is to California citizens and the state's fragile coastal ecosystems.
Thank you. Next, Samantha McDonald, Cassie Vo, and then the people we aren't able to find. Samantha.
Hi, my name is Samantha McDonald. I have a PhD in informatics from UC Irvine, and I'm a sailor and liveaboard in the Newport Beach community. We bought our sailboat in graduate school with dreams of sailing around the world, and now we've sailed over 7,000 nautical miles of the Pacific Ocean. We are self-sustained as you can be. Our home runs entirely on solar. We make our own water. We catch our own fish, and we move with the wind. I'm not sure if you've been told what happened this week at the Newport Beach Council meeting, the City Council meeting in regards to the moorings, but essentially people who already own mooring balls like us have a locked-in rate with annual CPI for life, or so they claim. but all new mooring holders will get abhorrently large rates. For example, I will now pay $150 a month, and new mooring holders will pay $600 a month, with annual CPI adjustment amortized over 8 years. Meanwhile, the wealthy homeowners are still paying next to nothing for nearly the same identical tideland use. I believe it was between $11 and $30 a month. And they have the ability to profit tens of thousands of dollars per month by privately subletting their state tideland area, something mooring permittees have reasonably never been able to do. From what I understand, it's against California's tideland rules to discriminate against anyone using the tidelands for the same use. It is your responsibility to ensure these cities like Newport are following these laws. Newport has just made that discrimination even more extreme, and they continue to justify it based on a fair market value. And from what I understand now, these are now the most expensive mooring rates in all of California as of the rules they passed this week. My generation will not be able to afford boating. They will not be able to afford getting a boat ready to cruise like we did. Please enforce fair and equitable use of the Newport tidelands. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Cassivo.
Morning. I believe I have a slide presentation.
Yes, we have it.
Oh, thank you.
Please begin whenever you're ready.
Got it. Good morning. I'm Cassivo, legal intern with the Surfrider Foundation. Surfrider protects our ocean, waves, and beaches for all people through a powerful grassroots network. You might remember how we as an organization, along with the Coastal Commission and coalition partners, saved trestles from a toll road that would have messed up the iconic surf break and access to the coast. Now, just a few hundred feet north of these globally famous waves, the beach is being destroyed by seawalls to protect the railroad. You can see in this slide how close the boulders dropped on the beach to armor the tracks are to surfers at Cotton's Point, the first wave at Trestles. The surfers are circled in black. OCTA's boulders are completely covering the sandy beach and causing waves to reflect into Cotton's, irreversibly blocking lateral access along the coast, harming the surf break, and quickly causing the disappearance of beaches that belong to the public. Next slide, please. And if you could please click to start the video. Thank you. Now, OCTA is gearing up to spend millions more to extend the seawall further north across San Clemente State Beach and parts of Calafia State Beach, potentially under the guise of an emergency permit. This quick video shows State Beach on Friday, June 28th, where OCTA plans to place a 2/3 of a mile long, 50-foot wide engineered revetment directly on top of sand dunes and the heavily utilized sandy beach. This seawall would take up almost all of the dry sand. There are popular waves along the stretch of beach that would inevitably be destroyed. This erosion has been ongoing for decades, and OCTA has planned to armor State Beach since at least January of this year. This does not constitute an emergency or routine repair and maintenance. Please reject any forthcoming emergency permit application from OCTA and direct the agency to go through the proper permitting review. OCTA must assess all non-armoring alternatives and develop a long-term plan that protects public resources. We can and should save State Beach. Thank you.
Thank you. And then now for names we haven't been able to locate either in the room or on Zoom. If I call your name, please approach the podium or raise your hand in the Zoom meeting. You can raise your hand if you're on phone by dialing *9. So we'll start with the people in the room: Scott Ty, Scott Miller, Steve Kochi. If you are in the room, please approach the podium. And on Zoom, Chad Nelson, Adam Leverins, Hein Austin, Peter Kaz, Anne Marie Stenton, and Lorna Moffett. If I've called your name, please raise your hand. Again, Chad Nelson, Adam Leverins, Hein Austin, Peter Kaz, Anne Marie Stenton, Lorna Moffett. Okay, I'm seeing one phone number that's unknown. I'm gonna allow you to speak. Please state your name. You can unmute by dialing *6.
Good morning. Good morning, commissioners. Lorna Moffett here. And you are our last hope in stopping the MST Tansy Surf Project, which is a plan to develop the dunes in Monterey by bringing mass MST bus line service. The plan does not look at alternatives such as carpool lanes or widening sections of highway, which are feasible and much less stressful on our sanctuary. Dunes sequester tons of greenhouse gases, and by paving 20 acres of dunes and taking out parts of the train track and covering them over with asphalt, it completely destroys any hope of bringing back the train. We have a pack of developer-loving supervisors, TAMC board members, and city council personnel, all bent on developing Monterey at the cost of sacrificing our sanctuary's health and well-being. The main reason people come to Monterey in the first place. The traffic these board representatives have brought to our area is astronomical during their years, using Measure X money to deviate projects meant to alleviate traffic congestion. For example, MST has now made inner city bus line service so unfriendly, I can't even use it anymore. MST is depending on you to approve this project, so much so they're already allocating millions of dollars towards this project, despite a letter from your commission that it doesn't conform with coastal compliance. Our sanctuary has already heated up to record highs, putting stress on the phytoplankton, which feeds the world's marine life once a year in its blooms, in Monterey only. The acidification has diminished the shells of these tiny creatures who supply 70% of the world's oxygen. We are counting on you to please stop this insane project.
All right, thank you.
Thank
And
you.
then I'm just seeing one more hand raised, Diane Wolke. We see that you are signed up to speak under an item that's moved to consent, but if you have someone with you that's speaking on general public comment, I'm allowing you to speak right now. Diane Wolke.
Yes, I missed the opportunity to speak about having item 15B removed from the consent calendar. I actually submitted comments last week on
You're gonna be able to speak on that during item 6 on the agenda. Items moved to consent.
Item 15B is not on the consent calendar, is it? Oh, it got moved to
15B is
consent.
moved to
Oh,
consent.
okay. It got moved then. Okay, so you can comment on that when we get to the consent calendar, which is coming right up.
Okay, I am seeing no more speakers.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, let me turn to the commission and ask if there are any questions or comments on any of the public comment. Commissioner Wilson.
Yeah, I'm just wondering about the Newport Beach situation, and I wonder kind of about the policies around the commercialization of public trust tidelands. I mean, we have, when we're doing for aquaculture and those sorts of things, there tends to be a link between that and the fees paid to basically to the Tideland Trust. So I'm just kind of wondering if we're looking at that and what's happening.
Thanks, Commissioner Wilson. Yes, we've spent a fair amount of staff time over the last several months trying to dig into this issue since it was first brought up to this commission in public comment several months ago. And that included time spent with the city, time spent with some of the folks that had provided public comment to you who are current leaseholders, as well as a lot of time with state lands and understanding what the rules are around public trust and how that process is sort of unfolded between the city and state lands. So I guess just to provide a little bit of an update of where we are, we have been writing letters to the city, have been talking with the city. I think there is an expectation that public tidelands are leased at fair market value. That was confirmed by state lands. It's a part of the law. And so some of the work that the city has been doing to assess what a fair market value is in line with state law. I think where we have found the most concern as staff and have expressed this to the city is one of the issues that was raised today about the difference between the leaseholders in the bay versus the dock owners who have property along the bay. And it is true that the city had really been focusing on the leaseholders in the bay, and we're going to put off looking at fair market value for the property owners along the bay with docks. We were encouraging them not to do that, that they should be looking at those all together because that was fair. And we are currently trying to figure out what happened this week. So it was news to us. We hadn't heard what the city had decided or where they went. So we are scrambling to figure that out and can give you an update at the next opportunity.
And as a follow-up on that, and I'm specifically speaking to the subleasing that's occurring. I know that there tends to be policy around that too. And so I want to make sure that if that's really happening, again, it's the commercialization, it's of the public trust. We need to think about that. It's not so.
Yeah, my understanding is the city was looking, one of the things they've been looking at was a plan to phase out the private sale and transfer of permits over a period of time. They were looking at phasing in some of the changes, and we're not sure what they actually adopted. So we had a staff report, we're aware of what's in that, but we need to go back and get information about what the city council actually approved.
And I would advise also in some places like where that's happening, sometimes there's like short-term rentals that occur on these vessels and those sorts of things. And again, it's like, these are public trust lands and we need to be careful of that. And then there was the question about the Port St. Louis and the Avila Road
Yeah, I would like to invite Dan Carl to come up, and he has a little bit of background information on that.
Thank you.
Port San Luis. Okay. You'll have to go in the Wayback Machine because this started about 25 years ago. Port San Luis is in charge of not only Port San Luis, but a bunch of the areas nearby.
Hey, Dan, can you speak more to the mic? I can't hear that well. Maybe I'm losing my hearing.
No, that's right. So the port is in charge of a variety of areas, not just the port, including some camping areas. And about 25 years ago, they decided to embark on a master plan, part of which was trying to rejigger kind of their recreational offerings, including RV camping, regular camping, et cetera. So that master plan was actually adopted by the commission, I want to say 20 years ago. I don't have it right in my brain, but I think it was 20 years ago. Part of that was moving these particular RV slots, which are on a bluff top along the road, moving them inland. There was, at the time, it was called the Harbor Terrace Development Site, which has turned into, I think, the commenter called it Flying Flags. I'm not familiar with the name, but so that was the idea, that some of these spots were going to be moved. Those bluff tops were going to be turned into recreational access. For example, passive recreation, walkways, overlooks, benches, picnic benches, et cetera. That was the plan. And so that was required by this commission to happen within 5 years. So roughly 15 years ago. They had trouble getting the development off the ground. It took a long time. Ultimately, that development did come to fruition. This commission through the ED extended the deadline, the 5-year deadline, multiple times. And it has since passed. And so now basically what's happening is what was envisioned by the master plan 20 years ago. And so the next step is that those spaces where the RV spaces are will become some sort of recreational access, yet to be determined what that's going to look like. But that's what's happening. It's kind of this slow motion transition, right? Because this was all discussed long time ago. And so people are now seeing it. The other thing is, and this commission made clear at that time, RV camping was not a low cost form of access. And that was part of the rub in the Harbor Terrace development, which turned into, again, if it's Flying Flags or whatever it came, there was a lot of discussion when that project went through, what kind of access was going to be there. It ends up being, there's bicycle camping, regular like car camping, RV camping. I think there's actually some actual units. It was a mix of things that came out of that with a focus on trying to make sure that there was a lower cost component. I don't know if the rates that were identified are consistent with the coastal permit that went through. That's something we can look into because it was very specific in terms of what the rates could be at that site. But that's kind of the history and the arc, and that's the reason people are seeing it now. But it was a decision from 20 years ago that set this in motion.
Thank you.
Yep.
Can I just follow up? Did you want to follow up on that one, Annie?
Yeah, just to identify
Oh, sorry,
that this
Commissioner
issue
Nato.
of glamping, turning regular camping sites into luxury camping sites, glamping, is affecting a lot of the coast, I think. And if we can make sure that these transitions are consistent with the existing CDPs, I think that's an important thing to do because as we all know, the market can bear glamping wherever you put it along the California coast. So that's something that we heard about in Big Sur a lot about. And I just wanted to add on that.
Thanks so much. I was just quickly looking at the situation down there, and it does seem that the minimum cost is $100 a night, which seems excessive. So there's no state park camping in that area, or is there?
Not directly in this area of Avila Beach. I mean, so that site was really important to the commission, and that's why the mix of uses was part of the master plan. And again, our staff would have to look into condition compliance related to the permit, because there were definitely very specific requirements related to charge, what they could charge for the various types of things that they were going to offer. And it was all, as a lot of things are in negotiation, that permit went through, 6-8 years ago, maybe. But we can look into that because, like I said, there are very specific requirements related to the rates.
And that's the concern, that we approve something, we make certain requirements. So it appears that there's this Port San Luis campground, and then there's this Flying Flag. So there's the two campgrounds, it looks like.
Yeah, so think about it this way. The port manages a large area, including this campground, which is now, I believe it's a concessionaire, meaning the one you were just referring
Port
to.
San Luis or Flying Flags?
Port San Luis does.
Okay.
And so they have various facilities, including RV parking in their main parking lot. They have RV parking for folks who are towing boats. They have these two bluff top areas that the commenter spoke to that heretofore had allowed for RV parking, no hookups. Those are the ones that are now transitioning to another form of public recreational access. But they manage all of these areas.
It looks
The
like the
port.
minimum cost is $100 a night from what I'm seeing. So what you're saying is that you'll look into it, determine if they're complying with the permit, and maybe just let us know.
We can report back. That does sound awful high.
Yeah.
Based on my recollection of the permit that went through.
That would be great. Thank you very much. I do also have one other question. I mean, I remain, and I know we talked about it yesterday, but I just, on the San Clemente situation, do you anticipate considering issuing an emergency permit prior to coming back to the commission?
Well, two things. So one is we look at an emergency permit when it comes before us. We never anticipate, necessarily. We would prefer to always do a CDP. If we have any forewarning, that is where we will try to get an applicant to go. So I can't say whether there will be an emergency that we will need to address with an emergency permit, just that we always are trying, we've been working carefully with OCT to work through a regular permitting process with them for what they're looking at. So we did have one of our supervisors from Long Beach to give a little bit of an update on where we are. I think it just give a little bit broader picture of it'll address some of the issues that came up today in public comment as well as yesterday. And then maybe if you have further questions, we can go through it.
And when will that, right now,
Perfect.
if you're
That would be
amenable?
great.
That would be great.
I think we have Danny Ziff available online to provide a quick update on our work with OCTA.
That'd be great. Thank you. So who will that be?
Danny Ziff.
That will be me.
Great.
So,
Hi, Danny. Thanks.
hello, commissioners. So we would like to provide you and the public with a brief overview of the active applications and recent discussions commission staff have had with OCTA related to the beaches and hazardous conditions in the rail corridor along the San Clemente coastline. So the area I'll be focusing on is a 3 or so mile stretch from North Beach to just up coast of Trestles near the Cypress Shore community at the southern end of San Clemente. This stretch of beach is characterized by coastal bluffs with development above and the Los Angeles, San Diego, San Luis Obispo railroad track at the toe of the bluff. That railroad track was constructed in the late 1800s and is protected by a rock revetment. The beaches seaward of the rail fluctuate in terms of sand cover, but in recent years, wave run-up has approached and damaged the revetment, and the beach has been impassable at certain locations. Currently, there are 4 active CDP applications by the Orange County Transit Authority as the property owner and MetroLink as the rail operator, One for permanent authorization of emergency sand and riprap placement at North Beach that is under review by commission staff for application completeness. Another also being reviewed for completeness is for temporary authorization of a barrier wall placed inland of the rail during the January 2024 Mariposa landslide, with eventual removal of the wall and use of any beach compatible materials behind the wall to nourish the beach north of the San Clemente Pier. The other two applications, which are incomplete, are for permanent authorization for emergency installation of tieback anchors and placement of riprap seaward of the Cypress Shores community at the southern end of San Clemente, and a culvert redevelopment project with some riprap replenishment near the Calafia State Beach parking lot. There has been recent movement on all of these applications, and commission staff are working closely with OCTA staff to provide the remaining application items and wrap in recent emergency actions taken by OCTA and MentorLink at adjacent locations. There is no current emergency application before the commission at this time. Additionally, while OCTA was not the applicant, a CDP waiver was approved by the commission last month, authorizing placement of 50,000 cubic yards of sand on North Beach. And there are ongoing discussions about how this may play into potential mitigation for public access impacts from rail armoring in the North Beach area. So you've also heard a lot of comments over the last couple months regarding OCTA's Coastal Rail Resiliency Study, which was adopted by its board of directors May 13th, 2024. The study's recommendations identify 4 priority areas subject to coastal hazards and include potential solutions at those locations. The potential solutions identified for track stabilization at 3 of these areas, 1 near San Clemente State Beach and 2 at San Clemente City Beach, would all involve sand nourishment and either riprap reinforcement or for near San Clemente State Beach, an engineered revetment. The 4th location is in the vicinity of the Mariposa landslide and would involve additional catchment walls inland of the rail at the toe of the bluff slope. Commission staff have been working very closely with OCTA on the permitting requirements for these projects, including requests for thorough analysis of sand-only alternatives and alternatives that minimize the scope and footprint of shoreline protective devices, and on the potential public access mitigation. OCTA has made significant progress in terms of identifying potential sand sources and is working on identifying sediment transportation options. Since the new year, commission staff has met with OCTA over a dozen times regarding the various aforementioned projects, including regular staff-to-staff meetings scheduled twice a month that began mid-May, a sand-focused meeting, and a resource agency coordination meeting. We hope that some of the applications will become before the commission by the end of the year, with the others expected at various points during 2025. And we would be available if you have any further questions for us.
Thanks so much, Ms. Ziff. Are there any questions? Commission, anyone? All right, well, I personally feel, thank you so much for providing that update. I think it should reassure the public that there are no emergency permits pending, that their concerns about that, at least for the moment, can be somewhat put at rest. And I know that we're looking forward to, we just awarded 1.5 million yesterday to San Clemente to look at sand replenishment and all of its various aspects. So I just feel very relieved to hear that. And again, thank you so much. All right, so that will complete public comment at this time. We'll move now to the administrative calendar. Are there any speakers on item 4.5A?
We just have one available for questions, Lisa Miller.
Okay, do any commissioners want to remove an item, move this item? All right, no motion is necessary, and we'll move on to the consent calendar. So it's items 9A. Well, why don't you go ahead and make a presentation on that, please?
Great. That brings us to item 5. This is the consent calendar for today, which includes one North Coast District item for an elk detection safety system along Highway 101 near Stone Lagoon in Humboldt County. There is no known opposition to this matter, and the applicant is in agreement with the staff recommendation. Therefore, we recommend that the commission vote and approve this item.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any speakers?
Just one from the Department of Transportation that is available for questions.
All right, are there any ex partes? All right, does anyone want to remove this item? All right. I
Make a
do.
motion.
Uh-huh.
I move to approve.
No, Commissioner Bochco, elk.
I'm an elk
advocate.
person. I move that the commission approve the coastal development permit applications included on the consent calendar in accordance with the staff recommendation. I'm asking for a yes.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. I think we need- Commissioner Wilson, second. Yeah. I think we need a roll call vote for this first vote of the day.
Commissioner Aguirre.
Yes.
Aguirre, yes. Commissioner Bochco.
Yes.
Bochco, yes. Commissioner Strickland.
Yes.
Strickland, yes. Commissioner Harmon.
Yes.
Harmon, yes. Commissioner Lowenberg.
Yes.
Lowenberg, yes. Commissioner Nada.
Aye.
Nada, yes. Commissioner Rice.
Yes.
Rice, yes. Commissioner Turnbull Sanders.
Yes.
Turnbull Sanders, yes. Commissioner Uranga.
Aye.
Uranga, yes. Commissioner Wilson.
Yes.
Wilson, yes. Chair Hart.
Yes.
Hart, yes. The vote is unanimous.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Now we'll move to items that have been removed from the regular calendar. Ms. Gray?
Yep. Item 6 is for the applications to be moved from regular to consent calendar for all districts on the agenda today. As mentioned during the agenda changes earlier this morning, there are 3 items that we are recommending be moved to consent. And those are item 9A, the City of Eureka LCP amendment for the Tirsbeck rezone. Item 13A, the City of Newport Beach LCP amendment to revise accessory dwelling unit provisions consistent with state law, as well as a separate targeted modification to increase residential density on a single parcel known as Bay Island in Newport Harbor. And item 15B, the CDP application for the Newport Mesa Unified School District playground replacement. And I will turn it over to.
Thank you. Thank you. So there is correspondence and addenda on item 13A for the City of Newport Beach's LCP amendment, updating the regulations. The comments that we received were from a local community member who was not in opposition to the amendment, but their comments contained some highly detailed evaluation of the proposed code and the staff report. And we did go over those and consult with the city about that and implement a lot of those changes in our addendum. But again, there's no opposition there, so we're recommending that item be moved to consent. And then on item 15B, the Newport Mesa Unified School District, that was for work on a playground that's located on the beach, serving Newport Beach Elementary School. And outside of school hours, it's open to the general public. And the main issue with that matter has to do with the crumb rubber and shredded tire-based materials that were proposed to be used as the playground surface that would meet ADA and fall protection requirements. In a highly detailed evaluation by Dr. Vanessa Metz with our water quality staff, we identified significant potential for environmental harm in the proposed playground surface materials, given the content of the chemicals known to be toxic to aquatic and terrestrial life, as well as the likely release of the granular materials as microplastic pollution as those materials break down over time. Since publication of the staff report, we've worked closely with the school district to identify an alternative material that would be safe for the environment and also meet their fall and ADA accessibility requirements. And earlier this week, the district identified a suitable material. So it is our understanding that they are in agreement with the staff recommendation. I would also note that we did receive correspondence from a number of people expressing their support for replacing the playground, as well as one individual who didn't agree strongly with staff's evaluation regarding the originally proposed surface materials. Staff did not agree with their evaluation. And so we did include in our addendum a very, very detailed response. But nonetheless, at this point in time, there's no dispute between staff and the district. and an appropriate material has been chosen. And so we're recommending that matter and the other matters be moved to consent.
Great. Thanks, Mr. Schwang. Any ex partes on the items removed? Question, Commissioner Wilson?
Yeah, on the 13A, there was the proposed revisions would also add incentives for ADU construction, such as increasing allowable heights and excluding certain JADUs from maximum floor area exemptions. What was the point of excluding certain JADUs from maximum floor area requirements?
So I'm gonna ask Chloe Seifert, who's our analyst that worked on that project. Chloe, if you're available and can address that question.
Chloe's not on Zoom.
Oh, Chloe's not on Zoom. Okay.
Might I suggest that we go to public comment? We didn't do that before we started discussion. So
Sure.
maybe we see if there's any public comment. We'll see if we can't
Yeah, that's
locate
fine.
Chloe.
That's okay with you, Commissioner Wilson. We'll come back to your question, hopefully. Well, so let me return. There's no ex partes. There is an ex parte. Commissioner Uranga.
Ex parte on 15B, which is no consent, it is on file.
Thank you very much. All right, seeing no other ex partes, turn to public comment.
So for item 9A, we have one available for questions. For 13A, we also have one from Newport Beach available for questions. And then for item 15B, we have 6 who wish to speak.
Okay, on the item 13A, the person, who is it?
Jenny Tran.
Is that someone that could respond, Mr. Schwang, or would you prefer to wait for Ms. Seifert?
Yeah, if there is a member of the city of Newport Beach's staff.
Sounds like that's who it
available, then
is.
Yes, they
Yes,
could.
we're bringing in Jenny Tran right now.
Great. So, Ms. Tran, if you're there.
Okay,
Hi,
there.
yes, my name is Jenny Tran from City Newport Beach.
Did you hear Commissioner Wilson's question, or would you like to hear it again?
Can I hear the question again, please?
Of course, Commissioner Wilson.
There's a sentence in our report says the proposed revision would also add incentives for ADU construction, such as increasing allowable heights and excluding certain JADUs from maximum floor area requirements. Why would we exclude JADUs from maximum floor area requirements instead of maybe? So go ahead. Sorry.
I believe this is in reference to us allowing, we have a provision where if the site is at its maximum build out, and this is a existing development, we cannot preclude an ADU from being built just because of the maximum floor area limitation. So therefore, there is an allowance to exceed that floor area limitation for ADUs or JADUs if the existing development has reached its maximum build out.
And then that's just to the extent, I guess I'm wondering, like, how far does that go? I mean,
well, for ADUs, it's 800 square feet, where JDUs are limited to 500 square feet maximum. So it shouldn't exceed the 500 square feet.
okay, so you're not talking about the JADUs maximum. Okay, that was my confusion. I apologize. It's not clear in that sentence to me anyway. So as long as that's the understanding, I'm okay. Sorry to move on.
All right. All right. Thanks so much, Ms. Tran. And really, thanks for the question. All right. So now there's speaker on 15B.
For 15B, we have 6 speakers.
Okay, doke. Let's move forward.
So
and
we
go
have
to-
Don Schmitz, who should be present in the room. Don Schmitz. Okay, I'm not seeing Don Schmitz. So we have 5 on Zoom, starting with Carrie Levin, followed by Diane Wolke, and then Pam Bond.
Okay.
Carrie Levin, you're in as a panelist. You should be able to unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, let me just get my prompt real quick.
Okay, I'm asking the California Coastal Commission to support this 15B item with conditions for the existing beach playground. Plastic playgrounds are an obstacle for the deaf and hard of hearing children who wear cochlear implants. The electrostatic discharge can build up and damage cochlear implants, meaning wipe out the mapping and software in both the internal and external cochlear implant components. That would result in a costly visit to an audiologist who would need to fix this. Why do I know this? I wear cochlear implants. At my age, I too have been warned by my audiologist and the cochlear implant manufacturer, Advanced Bionics, to avoid plastic playground equipment. This puts a child with a cochlear implant in an unfair position when they are at a playground and they only have three choices. They have to either remove the external component and play in silence, avoid playgrounds with plastic equipment, or risk getting ESD, electrostatic discharge, that could render the cochlear implant useless until they visit the audiologist to fix the program. There are issues with removing a cochlear implant for a child who has to play in silence. They're missing safety and important communication by a parent or caregiver, misinterpret social cues and situations that can turn into possibly embarrassing situations. It will discourage wearing cochlear implants, which is a major source of frustration for parents trying to get the kid to keep them on. None of these scenarios are inclusive. It doesn't give the same level of play for children of all hearing loss. While plastic are a health, safety, and environmental hazard all the way from manufacturing to disposal, there are better material considerations for inclusive playground. Stainless steel has zero electrostatic discharge issue, zero. They need to be very well shaded using non-plastic materials. Concrete or
Thank you.
good grass hill. Thank you.
Thank you. Diane Wolke, followed by Pam Bond, Nancy Okada, and then Susan Kirks. Diane Wolke.
Good morning, Diane Wolke with Safe Healthy Playing Fields. We submitted comments last week that were not reviewed apparently. We are in support of the not using the used tire crumb, the EPDM, and the TPV. We're not in support of using of so-called natural rubber mats, plastic playground equipment, and plastic shade covers. Natural rubber is not virgin latex, and if it were, it would pose a risk of allergic reactions and anaphylactic shock. Natural rubber in this context is still petrochemical synthetic plastic with toxic chemicals. We urge you not to recommend binders for EFW cork loose rubber materials. They too contain toxic and carcinogenic chemicals. We provided research and patents in support of this. Plastics generally include toxic and carcinogenic chemicals, including the playground equipment and the shade covers. Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory in Oakland has determined that plastics off-gas 4 times the amount of greenhouse gases that when compared to the aviation industry, contributing to heat and the climate crisis. Plastics leach their toxic chemicals into air, water, and soil, and also increase heat. Many of these chemicals include PFAS and phthalates, which bioaccumulate in humans, wild, and aquatic life. Research by UCLA and Moore Institute of Plastics Pollution Research have found that playgrounds contribute more microplastics in the environment than any other area of parks. These plastics break down into microplastics and do so more quickly in hot, wet, humid climates. We provided patents as well as research in support of these claims. PFAS and microplastics pose significant risks. They're also found in ocean spray and have a high impact in the coastal zone and beyond. We urge the use of natural options for playground surfacing, such as sand, pea gravel, wood mulch, and EFW without binders, natural options for compliance with ADA, and shade structure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Pam Bond, Nancy Okada, and then Susan Kirks. Pam Bond.
Hi, I'm speaking in support of the Coastal Commission report and special conditions. However, I have concerns about some of the approved products to be considered in lieu of poured-in-place rubber using SBR. I don't think that synthetic virgin rubber should be a consideration unless under very, very limited circumstances and locations. My elementary school installed virgin synthetic rubber mulch held together with urethane in 2 areas of my school and in warm weather or even just in direct sunlight, it smells really bad, and it was installed over 2 years ago. The smell is stronger in sunlight regardless of the ambient temperature. It reaches approximately 130 degrees on an average day, and it readily falls apart. They also installed rubber tiles with SBR rubber underneath and a layer of virgin rubber on top. These are also emitting VOCs, and surface temperatures reach 155 degrees on an average 65 to 70 degree day. A local Magical Bridges playground in Morgan Hill installed urethane-bound wood chips in one area, and the surface emits VOCs, and the surface was approximately 136 degrees on a 76 degree day. Limiting the amount of synthetic surfacing would keep the playground cooler and reduce noxious odors and keep the children safer. Please look more carefully at the product choices for these playgrounds. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Nancy Okada and Susan Kirks. Nancy Okada, I see you're on the phone. You can unmute.
Hi, you can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Thank you for letting me speak. Hello, commissioners. Good morning. First of all, I want to really thank the staff for standing up against the industry with this item and really saying no to the plastics in our environment. And thank them once again also for requiring natural living grass at the baseball field in Santa Barbara that you did, UC Santa Barbara a number of months ago. The heat island effect, people don't realize that these plastic surfaces are really heating up our atmosphere as school districts continue to install huge plastic fields. It's so wonderful that you are a state agency that actually understands this and stands up to stop the plastics in our environment. There really is no education available to parents. They're really unaware of these toxins that are polluting our environment and just, you know, contaminating their kids and really causing potential health hazards. So I just really want to thank the staff for doing this and other and making a difference. So thank you.
Any further speakers?
And then our last speaker is Susan Kirks.
Thank you. Good morning, commissioners, Chair Hart. Susan Kirks with Madrid Audubon and Paula Lane Action Network, just echoing the comments that Nancy Okada just gave, as well as the concerns expressed by Diane Walke, and appreciating the first comments by Ms. Levine, which were very educational and interesting. And I too would like to say I'm very grateful for the staff's thorough research and the special 4 conditions with not discharging hazardous materials and microplastics. It's a step forward. It's really great that your staff is embracing these necessities and doing the work. And I really appreciate it so much. And also hope that you'll take Ms. Walke's comments into consideration because they seem quite relevant in terms of the so-called rubber that was recommended. Thank you.
Thank you.
And the only other one was Don Schmitz, who I'm not seeing. So
Okay.
no
All
more
right.
speakers.
Thanks very much. Close public comment. Any comments from staff in response to public?
Thank you, Chair Hart. So on the material that's being proposed at this point, what it is, the top is it's a flexible PVC interlocking tile, which the PVC is considered a low toxicity plastic that isn't subject to breaking down. The underneath shock pad is a foam product that is a low toxicity plastic, but also, like I said, considered low toxicity. But we do have Dr. Vanessa Metz available online who can speak more to the materials if you have questions about that.
Okay. Why don't we hear from her just briefly then, please?
Vanessa, are you available? There you are. I think she's online now.
Yes, hello.
I'm Vanessa Metz. I am a senior water quality analyst with the Coastal Commission, and I'll answer some questions about the material that's now proposed for the playground surfacing. This is a compromise with the applicants. We initially recommended to use natural materials such as loose fill, sand, pea gravel, or engineered wood fiber, which are interlocking wood fibers. However, the applicants let us know that the maintenance concerns due to daily raking needed to maintain these materials in the proper position under the playground equipment was infeasible in order to maintain the fall protection. So we came to a compromise to use a different material, which is a foam underlayment padding that's made of cross-linked polyethylene foam, XPE. It's made of pieces that are manufacturing scraps from products such as baby play mats. The material safety data sheet for this project says it is non-toxic, not hazardous, and has no ecotoxicity concerns. The scraps of foam are thermally bounded, so they have no chemical binder, and they're also fully recyclable at the end of their 25-year warranty period. So we're confident that this material should not pose concerns for either human health or environmental impacts. On top of the foam layer is interlocking PVC tiles that are perforated to allow water to flow through. PVC is polyvinyl chloride. It's used in drinking water pipes, for example. The material safety data sheet for this product says it is non-toxic. It does have a potential for aquatic toxicity due to the zinc used for UV protection in the material. However, the company says that they can make these tiles without the zinc, so that takes care of the aquatic toxicity potential. This product is also fully recyclable at the end of its product life, and it is not expected to discharge microplastics because it's an injection molded material. It's like a solid material as opposed to the poured in place playgrounds, which are synthetic rubber granules that are held together with a binder that degrades and releases thousands of microplastic pieces. So these materials together do maintain the appropriate fall protection for safety under playground equipment, as well as wheelchair ADA accessibility requirements. And this product has been used in Southern California and in other playgrounds, such as in Los Angeles County Public Schools. And so it does have a local track record. So we are confident that this material is a good choice that will allow the playground to be ADA accessible and have appropriate fall safety without polluting the environment with toxic chemicals or microplastic debris.
Thank you so much, Ms. Metz, and thank you for your report on that. All right. Anything else from staff?
Nothing.
All right, then I'll bring it back to the commission. Are there any other comments? Commissioner Bochco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I feel much better now that we've heard from our scientist on this. I only have two questions for her because I think she answered very directly the plastic breakdown problem, which doesn't exist according to the testimony. But I'm curious about the heat. You know, they said that this particular material could get too much to 130 to 155 degrees. And also the hearing device being, I can't say destroyed by the product, but, you know, interfered with by the product. Because if that's true, I think, you know, at least a notice should be put up for people who have that particular implant. So could we talk to the, unless Carl, you know the answer to that.
I can address that if you like, Carl.
Sure, go
That'd be
ahead,
great,
Vanessa,
Ms. Metz, thank you.
thanks.
Sure. This product does not have the heat island effect that the poured in place synthetic rubber product does. The poured in place playgrounds have about 6 inches of shredded tires that get very hot, over 160 degrees. And so the heat island effect is not an issue for this. I have not heard about the cochlear implant issue before, so I must say I don't know anything about that impact. So it would need to be investigated whether PVC has that adverse impact to the cochlear implants as well. So I can't answer that.
Okay, thank you so much. I just think it might be something that you want to check on. I mean, if Los Angeles public schools use it all over the county. It seems like there probably is some, research or something.
I think, again, that's a new issue for all of us, so I
Yeah.
think it's worth doing a little bit of research. And I think depending on how the commission goes today, we can work with the school district on understanding that, and if there's any appropriate measures to take, we can encourage them to
Like
do
a
that.
note, a notice seems to
Exactly.
be
Yeah.
the requirement. Anyway, I'm very comfortable with.
I did want to add one thing, if I may. This material, as I mentioned, is injection molded rather than a granular material held together by a binder. So we're not expecting, and it's not expected to have microplastics shed off of the surface. But just to be sure, we have a special condition that the material needs to be regularly inspected and replaced or fixed if any damage does occur. So I'm confident that we will not have the microplastic problem that a poured in place rubber playground would have.
Thank you. Commissioner Rice?
Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate this conversation and the questions that were raised by the public and also the due diligence by staff. We have been having some conversations up here in Marin County around playgrounds and the renovation of playgrounds. And actually, it's kind of interesting, like much infrastructure, public infrastructure, playgrounds are aging out right now, sort of in a bubble. There are differences of opinion as to whether the requirements set by the ADA are actually as inclusive as they need to be for the wide range of children and abilities that are within our communities. I wouldn't expect staff to be experts on this evolving sort of this new frontier in playgrounds, but I think it's a place we need to go, staff needs to go. To the same degree, our schools and cities, and as they replace this infrastructure, actually, I think this is really going to evolve, not just with regards to materials use, but with regards to design. And I wouldn't want to sideline this project at this point, but we're lagging in terms of where we need to go as communities in terms of really designing playgrounds that are accessible for all. So anyway, just want to make that comment. Appreciate this work, but I think we should have this on our radar as staff because these playgrounds go in place and they are in place for decades. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner. Any other comments? Does yeah, Commissioner Harmon.
Just very briefly on that point, I have to give a little plug. There is a truly inclusive playground that's being designed and hopefully implemented in the coastal zone in Santa Barbara. So it will be coming before us. And I encourage anyone to check it out. It's called Gwendolyn's Playground, the Never Give Up organization. And they are really at the forefront of this. And it's super, super important. So look forward. That will be coming to us, I believe, in some form. Maybe it has already, but certainly something to keep an eye on. And I encourage everyone to take a look at that. And really proud of the work that's being done there in Santa Barbara.
That's great. If for some reason that doesn't come before the commission, it would be great to learn about that. So
I'll send around.
That would be great.
Thank
you so much,
great
Commissioner.
organization.
All right, not seeing any more questions, I'll ask whether anyone wants to remove any item. All right, in that case, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar in a second.
Second.
All right, by Uranga and second by Commissioner Lowenberg. And does anyone have an objection to unanimous yes vote on this item? All right, seeing none, the consent calendar items removed from regular calendar are all approved. Let me ask on item 7, how long do you anticipate that item to be? Just wondering if we should take a short break now or after the item.
I would expect it would take maybe an hour.
Okay, so I think we should take a short break now. Why don't we come back just in 10 minutes at 10:35 and then we'll move forward with that very important briefing. Thank you. Okay, folks, we're gonna make a comeback here. All right, we are on, now going to be on to item 7. Attempting to be on item 7. Okay, this is going to be the informational briefing on lower cost overnight accommodations, and who will be presenting on that?
I'm going to start. We do have a PowerPoint.
Okay,
hopefully we
terrific.
can
Thank
get
you.
that up, but I'll get started in the meantime. Item
Brittany.
7 is an informational briefing by commission staff on the topic of lower cost overnight accommodations in the coastal zone. Staff will be providing an overview of the Coastal Act requirements related to lower cost overnight accommodations, including how the commission typically assesses impacts to existing lower cost accommodations and encourages new lower cost overnight opportunities on the coast. This briefing will also cover the concept of in lieu fees. While the commission is typically required, which the commission is typically required in cases where lower cost accommodations could not be feasibly provided either on-site or as part of a targeted off-site project. Next slide, please. More specifically, the purpose of today's briefing is to provide an overview of the commission's current approaches to protecting and providing lower cost overnight accommodations in the coastal zone, and also to present details on the in lieu fee calculation for the commission's consideration today. Commission staff's last briefing on the matter was in 2016, and staff believes it is important for the commission and public to have an understanding of the commission's approach and some recent challenges that have been encountered. This item will begin with a staff presentation on lower cost overnight accommodations, including the regulatory background, applicability, strategies for implementation, as well as examples from previous commission actions. After that, we will take public comment on this topic, followed by commission discussion. Commissioners will have an opportunity to ask questions and provide feedback on the issues discussed today, but we are not asking you to take any action. And with that, I will turn it over to our two presenters today, Brittany Casalino, a supervisor in our statewide planning unit, and Shahar Amate, a coastal planner also from our statewide planning unit.
Thank you, Shanna. Next slide, please. A range of overnight accommodations are currently available in the coastal zone, including hotels, motels, hostels, campgrounds, RV sites, and more. Certain types of accommodations, like campgrounds and hostels, tend to be inherently lower cost. Others, such as hotels and motels, may be lower cost, especially if they are older or more simple structures or have fewer amenities. While some areas of the state have a fair number of such lower cost accommodations, others have virtually none. In addition to encouraging various types of accommodations that are inherently lower cost, the Commission has also recently considered how programming can provide additional opportunities for people to stay overnight on the coast who might not otherwise be able to do so. For example, market rate hotels have sometimes provided a certain number of discounted rooms per year to nonprofit organizations that bring groups to the coast as part of their programs. Next slide, please. Lower cost overnight accommodations generally mean those that are priced low enough to be accessible to lower and middle income coastal visitors. Having a sufficient supply of lower cost overnight accommodations on the coast is a significant part of ensuring equitable access to coastal resources, which is a foundational pillar of the Coastal Act. There has been a severe reduction in the availability of lower cost accommodations and significant market pressure to develop new higher cost accommodations statewide in the coastal zone, especially over the past few decades, which makes it increasingly difficult for visitors with limited means to access the coast, especially for those who travel from inland locations and cannot easily make a round trip to the coast in a single day. Protecting and providing lower cost facilities thus helps remove some of the barriers to access and maximizes public access and recreation on the coast. Also, as the Commission is acutely aware, the history of exclusionary housing practices and the current shortage of affordable housing in the coastal zone has forced many households of color and lower incomes to live further inland. While addressing the housing issues in the coastal zone is a separate and complex topic, providing lower cost overnight accommodations is an important aspect of maximizing coastal access opportunities for such communities. Next slide, please. Providing visitor serving and recreational uses, particularly lower cost ones, is a high priority under the Coastal Act. The Commission's main authority for protecting and providing lower cost overnight facilities is established by Coastal Act Section 30210, which requires coastal access and recreational opportunities to be maximized for all people, and by Coastal Act Section 30213, which requires that lower cost and recreational facilities be protected, encouraged, and where feasible, provided. The Commission's environmental justice policy further supports these Coastal Act mandates by stating that the Commission shall strive for a no net loss of lower cost facilities in the coastal zone while implementing a longer term strategy to increase the number and variety of new lower cost opportunities. Next slide. While Coastal Act Section 30213 has strong protections for existing lower cost overnight accommodations, one of the main challenges of applying this policy is that the provision of new lower cost overnight accommodations at a particular site hinges on feasibility. Feasibility takes economic, environmental, social, technical, and practical factors into account, and it can be difficult to fully analyze whether providing lower cost facilities is indeed feasible or not. Section 30213 also has two restrictions, which are shown on the right. The first restricts the Commission from setting room rates. While the Commission cannot require an applicant to set room rates at a specific amount, the Commission has in past cases worked with applicants to encourage lower cost accommodations on site wherever feasible. The second restriction prohibits the establishment or approval of any method for identifying low or moderate income persons for the purpose of determining eligibility for overnight rooms. This means that the Commission cannot propose or approve any methodology that would identify and exclude certain groups over others. However, in the past, the Commission has approved marketing plans that help ensure that lower cost accommodations are advertised to certain underserved communities as a means to increase awareness of their availability. Next slide, please. To provide some background and context for 30213 implementation, it's important to point out a few key policy developments that have occurred since the previous Commission workshops on this topic, which were held in 2014, 2015, and 2016. At that time, the workshops compiled information from staff research, panelist presentations, and Commission deliberation to identify approaches to protecting and providing for lower cost overnight accommodations in the coastal zone. Subsequent to these workshops, AB 2616 amended the Coastal Act to give the Commission authority to advance environmental justice in its permitting and planning decisions. In 2019, the Commission officially adopted its environmental justice policy, which, as mentioned before, calls for a no net loss of visitor serving facilities and an increase in the number and variety of new lower cost opportunities. In addition, the Coastal Act was amended by AB 2050 in 2017, giving the Commission authority to redirect fees that were collected in lieu of providing lower cost overnight accommodations to a different entity if they have gone unspent for 7 years. AB 250 also called for the Coastal Conservancy to develop a program for improving and creating lower cost overnight accommodations within 1.5 miles of the coast. The Coastal Conservancy completed its Explore the Coast Overnight study in 2019, which led to the creation of the Conservancy's Explore the Coast Overnight grant program and the Commission's Memorandum of Understanding with the Conservancy, about directing in lieu fees to that program. Next slide, please. Next slide. Thank you. Commission staff's analysis in the last workshop series found that nearly 70% of all hotel rooms eliminated from the coastal zone between 1989 and 2016 were economy rate rooms, whereas less than 10% of the rooms lost were in the upscale or luxury categories. The Coastal Conservancy's Explore the Coast Overnight study found that only about 21% of existing hotel rooms qualify as lower cost, and that figure is rapidly dwindling, especially in light of the fact that a large portion of these remaining lower cost facilities are in private ownership and are thus at risk of conversion to higher cost facilities. On the other hand, statewide demand for lower cost accommodations in the coastal zone continues to be very high. And while difficult to quantify, lower cost hotels, camping, and hostel occupancy rates in the coastal zone often exceed 70% and can reach as high as 97% in high demand areas during the peak summer season. So together, these factors help explain why a 2017 Coastal Conservancy study found that over 45% of Californians said that overnight accommodations at the coast were inconvenient or unaffordable, and that low and middle income households, people of color, and young people are less likely than higher income, white, or older Californians to stay overnight at the California coast. And I'll now turn it over to Shahar on Zoom.
Thank you so much, Brittany. Next slide, please. Given the language in section 30213 about protection of lower cost facilities, the Commission has generally not allowed existing lower cost overnight accommodations to be removed, or where they would be removed has required a one-to-one replacement. The Commission's approach to the loss of moderate cost overnight accommodations has varied. Typically, the Commission has also required that any development of new higher cost units provide 25% of the rooms or units at lower cost. Requiring that at least 25% of new units are lower cost helps provide a range of opportunities for visitors of all incomes. Although the Commission could, and sometimes has, used a different percentage based on on-site specific circumstances, it has most often used the 25% figure. This is in line with the findings in the Conservancy's Explore the Coast Overnight study and Smith Travel Researchers data, which estimate that this percentage approximately constitutes the current proportion of lower cost overnight accommodations in the coastal zone. Next slide, please. To implement both the protection of existing lower cost units and the provision of new lower cost units, the Commission first has to define what is and what is not a lower cost unit. It is important to note that we should not confuse the term lower cost with affordability. Affordability is in the eye of the beholder and is related to someone's specific ability to pay and/or income level, whereas the Coastal Act uses the term lower cost, which describes the nature of the facility in question and cost in relation to other facilities. Historically, the Commission has used methodologies to provide price thresholds for each cost group shown on this slide: lower, moderate, and higher cost. For example, in the 1980s, a fixed amount was used to determine whether a hotel was lower cost. In the early 2000s, a more site-specific approach was used by comparing the average cost of economy hotels in a specific market area to the statewide average. At its 2016 workshop, the Commission considered a methodology for determining lower cost based on findings from its consultant at the time that created a 10-step process based on specific market data. Unfortunately, this methodology was complex and relied on data that is not always available in certain market areas. As a result, a simpler method was identified in which the lower and higher cost thresholds represent a percentage of the statewide average room rate. Specifically, 75% represents the lower cost threshold, so rates that are less than or equal to 75% of the statewide average could be considered lower cost. And 125% represents the higher cost threshold, so rates that are greater than or equal to 125% of the statewide average could be considered higher cost. Anything in between is considered moderate cost. This approach is known as the statewide method, and it reflects Coastal Conservancy findings that lower cost coastal accommodations typically fall under 75% of the statewide average room rate. In some cases, these thresholds may be adjusted to account for higher occupancy rooms above 2 guests. The Commission has also considered a regional method in some cases, which looks at the rates of hotels categorized as economy and luxury in a defined market area, such as a city or county. The statewide method has been the preferred approach as it is more in line with environmental justice principles in that rates should reflect what people from all across the state can afford rather than market-specific rates that tend to be higher in places like Southern California and the Central Coast. In addition, the regional method relies on prospective applicants to purchase the regional data from Smith Travel Research or a comparable data source, whereas the data needed for the statewide method is readily available to the Commission and project applicants. Next slide, please. When determining whether an applicant can provide lower cost rooms as part of their project, staff often request a feasibility study from the developer. The feasibility study's primary goal is to evaluate whether providing lower cost accommodations is or is not feasible, including a thorough analysis of land value, development costs, estimated annual revenue based on projected average daily room rates and occupancy rates, and estimated operating costs. Feasibility studies should also discuss other issues like development constraints, financial constraints, and the provision of amenities such as kitchenettes, fitness centers, pools and spas, bike and kayak rentals, improved public access, and discounts. The Commission has focused on 3 primary methods to protect existing and provide new lower cost accommodations. First, the Commission aims to ensure a certain number or percentage of lower cost accommodations are provided on site as part of the proposed project. Or, if not feasible, then ensuring an equivalent number of lower cost units are created off-site. If this is also not feasible, then the Commission ensures in lieu fees are paid to help create an equivalent amount of new lower cost accommodations elsewhere. Typically, the Commission has prioritized these options in the order as shown on the slide, and each of these options may be appropriate under certain conditions. The chosen approach for each project is highly dependent on the site-specific circumstances, and the results of the feasibility study may even be a combination of the approaches, such as that approved in the Highgate Hotel example in Laguna Beach, where 6 units were approved on-site along with some funding that went directly off-site to the Crystal Cove cottages nearby. The following slides discuss some examples of each method, as well as some of the challenges and opportunities associated with each method. Next slide, please. Shown on the slide are examples of Commission-approved projects that provide lower-cost overnight accommodations on-site. On our public website, you can find additional projects where the Commission authorized on-site lower-cost units. There are numerous benefits to providing lower-cost units directly on-site. On-site provision ensures compliance with Section 30213 requirements by providing a range of affordability. It helps ensure that lower-cost overnight accommodations will be built in a timely manner. It avoids the risk that visitor-serving uses will only be for the benefit of the wealthy, and it advances the Commission's environmental justice policy by maximizing opportunities for underserved and lower-income communities to visit the coast. For these reasons, on-site provision has been the preferred approach in the past. On the other hand, there are a few important challenges with providing lower-cost units directly on-site. It is not always practically or economically feasible, and it can often be difficult to guarantee that the lower-cost units are actually used by the intended audiences, given that the Commission may not approve a method to identify lower and moderate income persons that qualify to use the units. To address these challenges, the Commission has often required marketing plans to advertise these lower cost rooms to the intended audience, as well as monitoring and auditing requirements to ensure that the facility is compliant in offering the lower cost accommodations. Next slide, please. Recently, the Commission has explored another option that dedicates a certain number of rooms for a certain number of nights at lower cost rates through programs that directly engage with underserved communities. These quote-unquote room nights can be considered a subset of providing lower cost overnight accommodations directly on site. So for example, the Commission recently approved the American Tin Cannery Hotel in Pacific Grove, which will provide at least 300 room nights per year at no or lower cost to programs that serve school groups, lower income individuals, and other underserved communities. The main benefit of this approach is that the programs with which the hotel would partner could ensure that lower cost rooms would be available to those whom the Commission would like most to reach. Such programs can sometimes include food, educational activities, and other elements that support the guest stay and further enhance coastal access and recreational opportunities. Next slide, please. The Commission has also allowed for off-site provision of lower cost overnight accommodations, such as the Wayfarer hostel shown here, which was a direct off-site requirement of constructing the Hilton Resort in Santa Barbara. While this option ensures that real lower cost units are provided in a timely manner, it is not always a viable option given site constraints and feasibility issues. From an enforcement perspective, it can also be difficult to understand which entity should be held accountable if the rates are out of conformance with the Commission's approval. Next slide, please. The commission has also required in lieu fee payments that are collected from the developer of a higher cost hotel project to then fund lower cost overnight accommodations, programs, and opportunities somewhere else. The commission has mostly employed this option only if it is infeasible to directly provide lower cost units on-site or off-site. This slide shows several examples of projects that have been constructed with in lieu fees. In lieu fees are directed to a third-party entity rather than collected by the commission directly. In the past, the commission and applicants have partnered with various organizations to ensure that in lieu fees are dispersed and applied in a manner that adequately funds intended projects. As shown on the slide, in lieu fees have gone to various lower cost overnight projects, ranging from expansion of a hostel in Santa Monica to children's camps to various campgrounds statewide. The commission often works with state parks and the Coastal Conservancy through a memoranda of understanding, as well as with Hostel International, Mountain Recreation Conservation Authority, and other similar entities to spend the in lieu fees in a timely manner on programs that would maximize public access and recreation on the coast. Next slide, please. As shown on the slide, the commission's required in lieu fees have already been spent on at least $22.9 million worth of lower cost overnight projects and programming. An additional $19.2 million is available to be spent, and over half of that amount is earmarked for a specified target project. Approximately $8 million is currently available without a target project in mind. This does not include an additional $18 million or so the commission has required in several recent projects that will become available in the near future once the permit is issued for those projects. Still, there are several challenges with the current approach of calculating and collecting in lieu fees. First, the concept of in lieu fees introduces a third party into the process. And to manage that, the commission has imposed permit conditions and entered into memoranda of understanding that specify how, when, and where funds can be spent. In addition, viable future projects can take a very long time to go through early planning and environmental review before in lieu fees can be spent on actual construction. Finally, the in lieu fees required by the commission have not been on par with actual development costs, which have recently ballooned. So many of the collected funds have not been able to be spent on viable projects because they do not fully cover development costs as they were originally intended. Next slide, please. To summarize, the commission's approach has been to require on-site provision of lower cost overnight accommodations in association with a new high cost project. And if this is not feasible, provide such units off-site as a first alternative. Where a study demonstrates that neither is feasible, the payment of an in lieu fee is considered. In 2015, the fee was calculated to be $100,000 per hotel room based on a 2014 construction cost estimate for an example hostel project provided by Hostel International that was affirmed by the commission's lower cost accommodations consultant at the time. The commission has since been adjusting that per room fee by the Turner Building Cost Index to account for inflation. At present, this equates to approximately $149,311 per room, or $150,000, not including land costs. In some recent cases, like the American Tin Cannery Hotel in Pacific Grove and the Ocean Avenue Hotel in Santa Monica, the commission has considered how this calculation of in lieu fees is insufficient to cover the full costs of development, and as a result, has considered site-specific development cost estimates to inform a more realistic in lieu fee. In a 2023 commission action for the Ocean Avenue Hotel project in Santa Monica, 120 rooms were offered at market rate. So commission staff initially analyzed an in lieu fee for 25% of the market rate rooms, which totaled to about $4.3 million. The applicants coordinated with staff in Hostel International to prioritize directing the in lieu fee to a targeted nearby hostel expansion project in Santa Monica that would provide a comparable amount of lower cost units in the vicinity. However, the expansion of the Santa Monica hostel was estimated by Hostel International to cost almost double the value of the calculated in lieu fee, and thus the in lieu fee would not have been sufficient to fully fund the project. To help address the shortfall, the commission imposed a higher in lieu fee at the hearing. I will now kick it back to Brittany for some closing discussion.
Thanks, Jahar. Next slide, please. Slide 18, please. Thank you. To address the issue of our in lieu fee calculation not keeping up with actual development costs, staff is currently working with Hostling International to update its 2014 cost estimate using the same base assumptions to provide a current day cost estimate. This update is still being finalized, but is anticipated to be about double the original estimate, or about $300,000 per room in current value, which really underscores how much development costs have changed in the past decade. Staff also believes that using a California-specific index called the California Construction Cost Index, rather than the nationwide Turner Building Cost Index, will better reflect the inflation that we see in California. The California Index is based on the average building cost indices for San Francisco and Los Angeles, whereas the Turner Building Cost Index is based on nationwide averages. Staff also believes that it is generally appropriate to add a 10% administrative fee, which is reflective of the minimum admin costs for the Coastal Conservancy, state parks, or other entity to manage these funds and the projects that they go towards. The commission could also consider adding land acquisition costs as another element for in lieu fees. Staff believes it is appropriate to add land costs where it is deemed necessary to support development of new lower cost overnight accommodations. In past cases where staff initially contemplated incorporating land costs into the overall in lieu fee calculation, subsequent coordination with hotel developers and local governments has led to identification of target projects on already viable parcels that are held by entities such as state parks, Hostling International, or MRCA. So in such cases, staff ultimately did not recommend that land costs be included because they were not needed to support the target project. The commission also often directs in lieu fees to the Coastal Conservancy's grant program under our MOU, and the Conservancy is not a landholding entity themselves, but their grant program does support acquisition projects. So since it is not always known in advance who will actually be accepting the required in lieu fees or what projects they will be directed to, the commission could instead take the approach of generally including land costs, but allowing these costs to be subtracted out from the final in lieu fee payment if the applicant can demonstrate that it is not necessary to support project development. One method of calculating land costs that the commission has approved for Barrio Logan and just yesterday for the Otay Mesa Nestor community in San Diego was based on the average cost per square footage of commercial land sales over the past 5 years. Another element that the commission could consider adding to in lieu fees is the operation costs for new lower cost units. While the commission has not previously considered operation costs in its in lieu fee calculations, this element would ensure that the lower cost accommodations funded by the in lieu fees could remain open and available to the public over the long term. Lastly, as has been mentioned, some hotel projects offer a certain amount of nights per year at no or lower cost through programming. This sort of programming could be considered when calculating total in lieu fees and when assessing applicants' proposals to meet Section 30213 requirements. The commission could consider programming as a credit towards the final in lieu fee amount, or in certain cases, the commission could alternatively view programming as directly providing lower cost accommodations on site. As Shahar mentioned, in lieu fees are an important tool in the commission's toolbox for Section 30213 compliance because providing lower cost units on site or off site is not always feasible. Continuing to update and apply these in lieu fee elements where appropriate is an important piece of ensuring that these funds can be successfully spent on expanding lower cost overnight opportunities along our coast. Updating in lieu fees to fully cover the cost of development can also help minimize the temporal loss aspect that we see with in lieu fees that have gone unspent for some time, while the associated higher cost projects move forward. Next slide, please. There are several recent examples that showcase how commission actions have evolved on the issue of in lieu fees, including how to calculate them and when it is appropriate to require them. As mentioned earlier, for instance, in its recent action on the 225-room American Tincanary Hotel in Pacific Grove, the commission approved at least 300 room nights per year at no or lower cost to programs that serve school groups, lower income individuals, and other underserved communities. In addition to this programming, the project will include 18 lower cost hotel rooms and 16 lower cost hostel rooms on site. The commission found that this was an adequate package for compliance with Section 30213 and did not require an in lieu fee. In the case of the Dana Point Harbor Hotels, for which the Commission approved an LCP amendment just last month, the Commission found that $3.8 million in lower cost overnight programming would be needed to complement the on-site provision of 136 moderate cost rooms and 33 lower cost rooms, for a total package that would maximize public access on public tidelands, especially to underserved communities who would greatly benefit from these opportunities. Finally, in the case of the Ocean Avenue Hotel in Santa Monica just last December, the Commission found that the conventional in lieu fee calculation, which would have come out to $4.3 million at the time, would fall short of providing tangible lower cost overnight accommodations at the nearby Santa Monica hostel based on site-specific development cost estimates. And as mentioned, the Commission thus worked out a higher in lieu fee with the applicants at the hearing. These cases show how the Commission has recently adapted to changing market conditions and ever-increasing development costs. So the goal of this briefing is to highlight these changing circumstances and take stock on how, moving forward, the Commission will continue to respond to challenges and barriers in providing lower cost overnight accommodations on the coast. Next slide. That concludes staff's presentation. Staff is asking for the Commission's feedback on lower cost overnight accommodations in general. And we particularly welcome feedback on these two elements on the slide here, the prioritization and provision of lower cost accommodations on-site, off-site, or through in lieu fees, as well as the elements to include in future in lieu fee calculations. Staff is available for questions.
Thank you so much, Ms. Cozzolino, Mr. Emete. Again, I'm still trying to figure out where that background is from because of the palm tree. Did you say it was Big Sur, but then it has the palm tree?
McWay Falls.
With the palm tree?
Yep.
Okay. All right, moving right along. All right, so let's open public comment. How many speakers do we have on this item?
We have 4 speakers for this item. We have 1 in the room, Donna Martinez, and then 3 online.
Okay, we'll have 2 minutes for each.
Donna Martinez.
What is happening? Sorry. Should be on mute. What is happening?
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Donna Martinez. I am a vacation home owner in the Sea Ranch and a founding board member of the recently established 501c6 organization, Sonoma County Coalition of Hosts. I am here to speak to 3 critical reasons vacation rentals must remain available on our coastline as viable means of accomplishing the Coastal Commission's mission, that of providing lower cost access to our incredible shores. First, vacation rentals provide affordable accommodations for families and groups to stay together. They are often less expensive than other types of lodging. For families with children and older relatives making trips to the coast, a vacation rental provides a safe, family-friendly environment. Second, vacation rentals help the homeowners to stay living on the coast as costs around them increase. The ability to rent one's home to visitors on the coast occasionally when they are not in residence provides much needed income. This is often the case for seniors such as us who wish to age in our homes. Third, and perhaps most essentially to the issues at hand, these are homes such as ours, individually and privately owned. They are not, as some fear, commodities to be snapped up by callous investors. In fact, accessible census data on second homes in Sonoma County, where I reside, shows seasonal or recreational use homes, the category that short-term rentals fall under, decreased in number between 2012 and 2022. Moreover, the number of second homes has decreased while owner-occupied units increased. All of this is to say that the panic around investors buying up homes and displacing full-time residents is misplaced. Rather, we should be focused on housing production. The census tells us that the total number of units in our county has stagnated, with only slightly more units total in 2022 than there were 10 years previously. The bottom line, we need more housing, not scapegoating other short-term rental operators like me. Furthermore, though the study that led to the development of the lower cost overnight accommodations report did not consider coastal accommodations at private residences through short-term rentals, my experience shows that has been one of the many main ways for others to access our craggy shores and benefit from its healing powers. Thank you.
Thank you. Our remaining speakers are on Zoom. We'll start with James Breen, followed by Pamela Hetherington, and then Vicky Silva. James Breen.
Hi, good morning, Honorable Chair Hart and Commissioners. My name is James Brine, and I'm speaking on behalf of Unite Here. We wanted to take this opportunity to summarize some of our members' advocacy around low-cost accommodations over the years. For more than a decade or so, our members have been advocating for the goals of the Coastal Act because while many of them serve wealthy guests at coastal resorts, they are not able to live, work, or play in these same coastal communities. Secondly, our members work in hotels, and they are uniquely suited to identify when bad actors run afoul of the Coastal Act. To this end, we have been proud to work with the staff and the Commission to make tremendous contributions to low-cost accommodations in the coastal zone. Perhaps most notably, in 2015, hotel workers came forward as whistleblowers in the case of the Shore Hotel in Santa Monica, which had illegally displaced 2 low-cost motels and replaced it with the luxury Shore Hotel. In that case, a coalition of workers and coastal advocates won a settlement of 14 lower-cost rooms, 72 moderate-cost rooms, a $2.3 million in-lieu fee, and a record $15.5 million enforcement settlement. Other significant victories from our members' advocacy include the Pacific Edge Hotel in Laguna Beach, which contributed 25% affordable rooms on site. The recently approved Ocean Avenue project in Santa Monica, which has been mentioned, contributed over $6 million to expand the nearby hostel. And the consent order involving the Paradise Point Resort in San Diego that required the removal of unpermitted development and over $2 million of public access mitigations. These victories are possible when the Commission considers the input of people like our members in considering the unique circumstances of each project that comes before you. And we will continue to work with the Commission to make the coast equitable for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Pamela Hetherington.
Good morning, Commissioners, and thank you for your attention to our public tidelands. I have just a couple of comments or questions, actually. How does this sync with the public tideland trust doctrine when we're putting hotels in public tidelands in perpetuity? How will you gauge that they are fulfilling their requirements for low cost and moderate cost visitors serving accommodation? My second concern is how are you going to adjust the fees going forward? I see the staff has done a good job today in explaining and updating how the Commission can raise more in lieu fees. But how are you going to be looking at this going forward? Are you going to look at it yearly, decadally? We're far behind now in actually coming up with twice as much in lieu fees. So I want to make sure that the Commission is on top of it going forward so that we're not going backwards. I do have concerns in San Diego because our public trust tidelands are being abused. And I just wish that the Attorney General's office would have a public trust doctrine department to oversee and help you in administering your role at 30213, because it's important. I just recently tried to do a staycation in San Diego, and I cannot afford any of the offerings that I searched. So it is important for those of us that are on fixed incomes and those that are, how can I say it, deprived of coastal access to be at the forefront of all your considerations. And I thank you for the great job that you do.
Thank you. And then our last speaker is Vicky Silva. I'm not seeing Vicky in the meeting. If you can raise your hand. Oh, I see Hector Azbalcueta, who I also believe is from Unite Here. I'm allowing you to speak. Please unmute and say your name.
Good morning. Thank you for all your hard work. I'm going to speak from my heart because I live in the community. I work for high-end hotels and I'm just a number. You know what? I'm never going to be able to stay at the hotels that I worked for. I'm 51 years old. I'm going to die not knowing what it's like to stay at one of the hotels that I have worked for, my family has worked for. I don't know. Anyway, I'm speaking from my heart. And I hope that you guys really consider everything that's being said and being brought forward to you guys. And I know that you don't like things being repeated for me to say the same thing as someone else has said. But just take everything into consideration. I second the motion of everyone from local 19, local 11. And just know that I'm just one person. I don't live near you. I'm not near you. I'm in Monterey, Santa Cruz. And I have been working in hospitality for so many years, but I've never stayed at the hotels that I work for. And if I have not stayed in one of the hotels that I work for, I'm never going to be able to stay. I'm going to die and not stay where I work. And we workers like us have proudly advocated for goals for the Coastal Act of many years. Some of us have even risked our own jobs to do so. Yes, that's very true. As a result, we have worked with the commissions to fight for the highest standards, such as the requirements for hotels to set 25% of their rooms as lower cost, as you saw yesterday with the Magnolia Tank Farm. We push for this because people who live paycheck to, you have to hear that. You have to give me another minute. People who work paycheck to paycheck, like myself, should have the opportunity to go on vacation and stay on the coast after months of hard work. One project you will hear about is coming months.
I'm willing to give the speaker one more minute, please.
You can unmute again. Vicky.
Thank you. One project you will hear about in the coming months is the Santa Cruz Hotel. I grew up in Santa Cruz, and it's sad to know that I'm going to be just a number and never be able to stay there, not even one night. I would not be able to afford to stay there, or my family members, if any. I just had a brother that passed away, and we were sleeping in cars. We were sleeping, and we just couldn't afford it. But I just hope that you take all this into consideration to make rooms affordable for people like me that have given everything for this community. Without us, you wouldn't have hotels to be renting. You wouldn't have people cleaning rooms. You wouldn't have people taking out garbage, linen. That's the stuff that you guys don't see. I see it every day. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. No more speakers.
Okay, thanks very much. I'd like to bring it back to staff, and then we'll open it up for commission comments.
Thank you. I'd just like to respond to the questions posed by our third speaker. I'm sorry, I missed your name. Thanks. So on the topic of ensuring that hotels on public tidelands are providing the lower cost accommodations that they initially come forward with over the longer term. You saw a great example of this from the Dana Point Harbor Hotel just last month. The commission LCP action required both monitoring and reporting requirements for this to ensure that these lower cost rates that were proposed for both the replacement and the new hotel would be provided going forward. And this is a standard practice that we apply to hotel CDP and LCP actions widely. On the question about keeping our in-lieu fee up to date, we hope that applying this California specific construction cost index will address this issue that we've seen over the past 10 years with our in-lieu fee not keeping up with the cost of construction, even though that was accounting for inflation using the nationwide construction cost index. Since this California specific index will better reflect the inflation costs that we see in this state. And staff can also continue to evaluate the in-lieu fee as a whole going forward.
Ms. Gray.
Just wanted to add a couple more comments. I really appreciate the public commenters and their concerns. And I want, as you know, the commission's program encourages a range of types of accommodations and levels of affordability. And we're talking about lower costs today, but there's a little, we try to look at it as a little bit of everything, right? So short-term rentals, hostels, hotels, that all makes up that package of overnight accommodations on the coast. So we hadn't intended to go into any one particular type of use today, but really talk about hopefully like the on-site, off-site provision of lower cost accommodations, as well as the fee calculation, which is really important as conditions change. And of course, today we have the luxury, we don't have an action before us, so we're hoping to get as much feedback as possible, all things lower cost accommodations. But we really wanted to let everybody know that we do have some challenges. California's changing. And so, as Brittany said, we'd like to, keep this going and update the costs on a more regular basis and have these types of review.
Just want to make one quick addition, if you
Sure,
don't
of
mind.
course, of course.
Again, I think, the last speaker we heard from really underscores some of the challenges that this commission faces, that we in general in California are facing in accommodations and housing. The cost of living, the cost of existing in California is going up in that even higher at a faster rate on the coast. And so we are trying to maintain accommodations for all people that are accessible. And that's a really hard thing to do. So we are, again, what we'd like some feedback from you all is, this is the approach we've been working on. Obviously, we will always look case by case, and that's not going to change. But we want, we need a little bit more feedback from you all to help us in negotiations with future projects, with understanding sort of how you all see this playing out on the coast and what our role is, and how we can best effectuate low-cost accommodation on the coast. And I have to acknowledge too that as Shahar pointed out, low-cost accommodation is not connected directly to affordability. And so just pointing that out, it's why we've really focused on providing a variety of types of accommodations, and we look at all types, from camping to hostels to all the different ways that people look at the coast. So again, a lot of challenges in front of us, and just looking for feedback from you all on if there's things that we're missing, or if you want us to look, think of a different approach, or you like the approach we're taking, or anything along those lines. Would appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Dr. Huckelbridge. All right, bring it back to the commission. Start with Commissioner Nuttall, and then I'm sure everyone.
Yeah, I wonder if you could put that slide up on the priorities that you're using now and that you wanted feedback on. That would be helpful to see. I generally support the priorities of trying to get on site first. One thing that I wanted to just ask a little bit more about is protecting existing low cost facilities. So, for example, I think in San Simeon, they've turned some low cost motels into high cost resorts. And so what are we doing to at least protect what we have now? Because I think, my general response is low cost visitor serving, we need more of it. But the first thing is we shouldn't be losing what we have. So what's the experience been of protecting what we have? I'm thinking Santa Monica in particular has been a place that's really, we've seen a lot of conversions there. And is there more authority that the commission should be seeking to enable us to protect what we have now?
Yeah, this is part of our program right now to protect those existing units. A lot of times what we do is when a proposal comes in, we work with them directly to try to keep those units on site. If for some reason they do redevelop and have higher cost units, there's a requirement that they replace 100% of those units in a lower cost fashion. So we work diligently on that in terms of the protecting existing units.
So we have enough authority to do
I think
that?
we do. I mean,
Okay.
the policy specifically states that that we are to protect and provide low cost accommodation. So we work on every, that is a huge part of what we're looking at. And in my mind right now is the Dana Point example that we provided as a case study, which has there was an existing hotel there. It was required in the LCP to be a low-cost accommodation. It was more actually of a moderate cost because we didn't put their rates weren't included in the LCP as we're not allowed to do that. So it was, but as part of that negotiation on the new hotel that wanted to go in, we had a lot of authority to go in and say, okay, there was this low cost or a moderate cost existing hotel, and we need to protect that. And so I think with the package that we got in large part, it relied very heavily on the protecting part as much as it also provided new programs and other things to add to that benefit.
Okay, and then one other question is, so if, and kind of in reference to what I was talking about, how camping areas are turning into glamping areas, do we have the authority? So if something goes from $45 a night to $175 a night, is that a change of intensity of use, or is there a hook for the commission to monitor those rates? Because that definitely affects the ability of the public to access those sites.
I think there's usually also some development related to changing those to be a little bit more fancy, I guess. And so that's one of the hooks that we would look to. Also, if there are already provisions on that site, if they needed a permit, we can look to those as well. And that really gets us back to enforcement of these things is always an issue. It doesn't matter in what form it comes in, enforcing the lower cost is something that is quite a challenge for us.
So, yeah, I was thinking it's an enforcement, and if we have sufficient resources to really look, to focus on rates.
That's the challenge, in that we're not, we don't set rates. We're not allowed to set rates. And yet we have these requirements to provide low-cost accommodation. And so how to do that in a manner that doesn't get us afoul of not being able to set rates is a challenge. And I think we've really worked hard to find the middle ground there to describe, for example, how you define low-cost accommodation. And the rubric you saw earlier, that was developed several years ago that we've sort of used that going forward, and that's helped us a lot. But it is, it's a challenge. I would argue too with the conversion idea from campgrounds, even if there isn't a specific construction element to a project, it would change the nature of the public access, and we might have a hook there. But it's a good question and something we pay attention to. It's the same thing we have looked at with like parking rates for State Park or other parking lots on the coast that provide public access. So we also look at those and pay close attention to how those rates are increasing. And again, what type of public access is available and what type is being prohibited or at least that creates a barrier to certain access from certain folks.
Well, that's all I have, except I just want to appreciate how diligent and thoughtful the staff is in trying to push as far as possible to get more low-cost visitor serving available on site. And I think from my observation, we've been increasingly successful in that, and applicants are hearing that. So I think we're moving in the right direction, and thank you. A lot of that is thanks to your efforts. So.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Harmon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too really appreciate the effort. This is a really complex area of negotiation. And I think, I'm gonna try to phrase this correctly. So on this slide, I think in a vacuum, I am 100% supportive of this prioritization and the mix and the way that it's laid out. In the ideal world, I would always want on-site all the time. I continue to struggle with the reality of the fact that we cannot income qualify visitors. And so it bothers me deeply when we have on-site affordable accommodations that anyone, regardless of income level, can utilize that low-cost room. And I know for a fact, because truthfully, I have done it. I know higher income folks have done it. You go on a website to book a room, you get the cheapest one. And I've never seen, and hopefully it's there. Maybe this is something we can think about doing if we could put or require a disclaimer on the lower cost rooms saying these are intended for lower income visitors or something to indicate that this is not for the general public. That would help me, but I just don't feel that we are serving our intended purpose by having lower cost rooms that anyone can use. And we all know, practically speaking, that you pick the cheapest room unless you're of an income bracket where you want the suite or you truly don't care, or I mean, there are some exceptions, but the general public, including those of middle class incomes or higher socioeconomic status, typically are going to choose the cheapest room unless there's some reason not to. So for me, I really struggle with prioritizing on-site accommodations to the detriment of projects that have other really, really good positive elements. So let's take an example where there may be affordable housing that's also being built in concert with a hotel, but we hold it up because we want the on-site accommodations. Well, I can't help but feeling like these interests are in conflict for me, because on the one hand, yeah, I want it on site, but are we really serving low income visitors to the coast? I don't actually think that we are. Maybe once in a while it works out, but I can't say with any certainty that across the board it's having the intended effect. So I think I'm typically sort of the only one in this place when we have these conversations, but I actually would rather, thinking pragmatically about what we're legally allowed to do and legally allowed to require, and our resources for enforcing these things and understanding who is utilizing these rooms, I would rather jack up the in lieu fee and have way more campsites built, way more hostels built. Like, I understand sort of the thinking behind on-site, but and again, theoretically, I support it, but practically, I don't think the outcome is where we really want to be. I think if we want to have truly lower cost, available resources for folks on the coast, we would be better off, at least for some period of time, to get these off-site resources built, that we would have a better handle on them actually being utilized by the folks that we want to utilize them. So, I'm not sure that's necessarily a popular position up here on the commission, but my interest is in making sure that we actually serve the people that we want to serve with this policy. And I continue to be concerned that prioritizing on-site to the exclusion of the others may not have the intended effect.
Could I just ask that if you're going to respond to Commissioner Harmon's comments, which I think a lot of us share this concern, it's extremely frustrating. I really appreciated your articulate expression of that, like normal. Could you talk about whether there's a legislative fix potentially?
Yeah, I'd love to respond, and I also appreciate the way you were able to articulate that. I think we as staff completely agree and struggle with some of the same challenges. And it's one of the reasons maybe you've noticed we have really tried to also been focusing on programs and getting more and more programs as part of a package, so that, for example, they're offering, if there's whether it's on-site or offsite, a package to a underserved community to bring families out to the coast on a yearly program or something. That's just one example, but we've really been trying to include those because I think it reaches the intended audiences better than, as you are noting, just putting a low-cost room. I think we've learned a little bit too from some of the examples we've had in the past year that sticking, really focusing just on-site doesn't always work, and it doesn't necessarily serve us depending on what the goals of a particular project are. And we've seen more of these joint projects recently where you have housing and hotels or other accommodations all together in one project. It makes it a little more complicated. But that's why we kind of pose this as a prioritization, not as a strict, because I think we did, like in Santa Monica as an example, move to the, in lieu fee, we did have a hostel that needed funding to do the expansion. And so that really worked out well. It didn't need to be on site. But we have some examples like in Dana Point where on-site made a lot of sense and we were able to work it through. So we need to be flexible, and it depends on the project. That's what I was saying. So we need to go site specifically and kind of think through the details and the challenges associated with each of those projects. But yeah, your point is well taken. And I in terms of a legislative fix, I'm gonna need to think about that a little bit more. I have, because I think, you know, again, we're not allowed to set room rates, specifically. But anything that we can think of collectively to reach the audiences that we're intending to reach, folks that are of lower income, that we want to provide access to the coast. I think that would be a great outcome if we can brainstorm, or if there's other ideas you all have on how we can better do that, in addition to the things we're doing so far, because I think that's what we all want.
Well, you know, Kate, Dr. Huckabee, park entities, state parks and local regional parks now have all these programs for lower cost park passes, and it's all tied to either SSI benefits or other public benefits, which is a proof. You know, you either have a letter from SSI or you have proof that you're receiving public benefits. So, I mean, to me, that is something that could be incorporated in legislation. You know, it could be that in order to reserve these rooms, you know, if you can show that you're receiving, you know, CalFresh or other public benefits. I mean, that's at the kind of a one level, but not that low level. As a matter of fact, I mean, a lot of people receive that are not, that we would want to have access to the room. So go ahead, Commissioner Harmon. I just want to throw that out.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just as a follow-up on that point, I think that legislatively that would solve the problem that I'm getting at. But as an interim fix, and maybe this is a question for our General Counsel, would we have the ability, as a part of a condition for a lower cost room, to require some kind of statement that says what the intention for this room is? Thinking about myself and how I operate, if I were to see a statement on a room rate that said this is intended for a lower cost visitor, I wouldn't book that room. And it's not going to solve the problem, but there may be some people that respect the intention. Is that something that we could require while maybe we think about a legislative solution?
So I think we can certainly require signage and that kind of thing. And so I would imagine we could also do something on a website. We'd have to think about the right wording so that we're not sort of suggesting that we're looking at the income of the people who would book the room. But yeah, I think there's probably a way to have some sort of informational signage effectively. That's a good creative idea. I think Ms. Gray also wanted to respond to your initial question as well.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, we do really need to get creative on this. Obviously, we have our limitations, and truly, regardless of which option we take, offsite, onsite, in lieu fees, getting to that target demographic is difficult. So how do we do that? Do we, choose options that possibly are inherently more lower cost, like having a hostel on site or getting the money to campgrounds? And we've also, used some newer strategies in some of our approvals. And I think it would be helpful if I can turn it over to Mr. Amate to just talk a little bit about what we've done in terms of the latest information on background on marketing.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think one of the things that we've been really trying to take seriously, in our different approvals has been marketing and engagement plans, right? So we've been doing that as, conditions of approval of projects or in LCPAs, different suggested amounts for that. And so these marketing and engagement plans typically, they make advertising and marketing available both online and in person. So we do have that aspect, and we ask that those marketing engagement plans distribute advertising marketing materials beyond the immediate area to neighboring communities, in general, greater regional area and statewide. And we always ask that, non-English languages also be included, and that they're culturally relevant. We make sure that it's widely distributed. And we also are thinking about, identifying additional actions that could be taken. In some cases, we could advertise that there's specific programming, or maybe there's, I'm thinking of the Hermosa Beach example where there was discounts for coming in without a car and using public transportation. So those sorts of additional amenities or opportunities are also advertised. So these marketing and engagement plans are typically prior to issuance of a permit, or they're done through an LCP amendment. So that helps us weigh in, and we typically involve our environmental justice unit and our staff and the different communities to really come up with these great plans. And then when the hotel operators, they they come in and they do these things, we closely coordinate with them. And if they don't do that, then enforcement staff usually goes after that. So that's typically the best way we've been able to really get at the core of this issue.
And I think, again, that's maybe a vehicle to think through some of the ideas you've just presented about, could there be some sort of notice or something provided, both in marketing materials out to the targeted audience, but also to others who might benefit from a room that wasn't intended for them. And we have Sarah Christie, our legislative director on the line. So I thought we would kick it over to her and see if she has any ideas about if there's any, legislative potential concepts we might want to think about.
Thanks so much, Ms. Christie.
Thanks, Kate, and good morning. I think it's still morning, Chair and Commissioners. There was some interest just before the COVID pandemic shut everything down in a bill that would have actually removed the prohibition on the commission setting roommates. As I recall, it was Assemblymember Friedman who was interested in introducing that bill. It wasn't an idea that came from us, but they did run the language by us. And unfortunately, when COVID shut the Capitol down, only essential COVID-related bills ran that session. And so I don't believe that bill ever saw the light of day. But there was some initial interest in potentially addressing the prohibition on the commission's ability to set room rates, sorry. But that's not necessarily the only solution. And I don't even know that would necessarily get at Commissioner Harmon's concern. So if this is something that the commission is interested in looking at, we can definitely, have some discussions maybe with the legislative committee over the interim and see if there is a potential way to improve the outcomes through a legislative fix.
Thanks so much, Ms. Christie. And I do think it goes hand in hand with the affordable housing issue. So as we're moving forward to discuss that topic with the legislature, I think that this is a natural, both of these things are so critically important at the coast. All right. Commissioner Turnbull Sanders, are you done, Commissioner Harmon? Okay.
Thank you. I think this goes to a similar question about a legislative fix, and maybe Ms. Christie can explain this a little bit more to better understand. Working on the local government level, you have the transit occupancy tax. And that's usually, I think, like around 12% or something like that. It's kind of sacrosanct and it's the third rail. So I don't know if there are any city council members watching, but they usually don't want it. It's usually usually a hands-off kind of situation. But my question goes to the overlap between what local jurisdictions may require and what we require. And so are there instances where local jurisdictions, whether it's tied to TOT or whether it's tied to some other local policy, like maybe it's in their, their housing element or something like that, where there is a requirement for low cost overnight accommodations that are, I guess, temporary or visitor serving. And has there been any attempt by the commission to work with local jurisdictions in that regard? So looking at maybe more of a local fix rather than a state kind of fix.
Yeah, I think that's what our LCPs do. This is exactly, we have that conversation with every local government, usually focus on the LCP because that's our own jurisdiction, and it's where those local policies that the local government comes in with, depending on which local government you're talking and how that overlaps with the Coastal Act requirements for low cost accommodation. So we do have those conversations very regularly, and it looks really different, I think. That's in every local government, because they all approach it differently. They have different dynamics in their communities, different needs. So I don't have like an answer but just to say we have those conversations all the time with local governments, especially if this issue is on the table. We just included a low cost accommodation policy that was approved yesterday for the city of San Diego and on their one community plan. So again, it comes up all the time. And we're constantly revisiting with local governments the best way to achieve the Coastal Act requirements and do it in a way that that local government achieves whatever their whole suite of goals that they have for their communities. So it's a balance.
Can I just tell you one thing about that? It's just so on point. I know I'm totally out of order probably with my continual comments on this, and I hope that you all will excuse me. That's it. What can I say? No, I mean, in Sonoma County, when I was Parks Director, they tried to, there was a big push to force us to charge more for our park camping and entry fees to pay for fire department, because they said, well, emergency response, we're responding to the coast, all the parks, therefore you need to charge more TOT that would then go to us. So that's kind of a flip. And that is something we do need to address in our LCPs to prevent that from happening, where they take these affordable overnight accommodations and ramp it up with TOT. Local, you see what you all see what I'm, so I just wanted to mention that.
Just have one thing to add to that. There is also a recent bill that was passed and went into effect just July 1st, SB 478, that requires all fees to include the mandatory taxes or other fees that are imposed by a local government in the fee that is being marketed. So we would want to work with hotel developers on ensuring that the lower cost rates are inclusive of those TOT fees. We also included language on this in the Magnolia Tank Farm action yesterday.
So one thing maybe to also consider is, I know that in the past we've had these convenings with local legislators. So we would bring, city council members, supervisors at kind of that local level together to have more conversations about that and see what kind of best practices and what cities are doing it well and others maybe can learn from them potentially. The other question I had was about really the formula for adjusting for inflation and looking at Los Angeles and in some areas, construction costs have been going up like 20 or 30%. So looking at how do we account for those kinds of projections, right? Which may not be accurately reflected in a general kind of inflation index, but specifically with construction costs. So we looked at, the slide that showed, $150,000 a room, but that didn't include land costs and probably other entitlement, all of those kinds of things. So I think just kind of keeping that in mind. And I think we're in a similar situation with other entities that may have community benefits agreements where we hold, or the Conservancy holds these in lieu fees. And then by the time we have a project, the costs have escalated so much that it doesn't have a good return on investment. So I think in the past, we've also had some specific examples of how those funds were spent down. The presentation today was really good in terms of giving the examples of some of the places that have been able to use the in lieu fees. But it seems like, we always hear like Crystal Cove, that Santa Monica Mountains campground, kind of little funky hotel kind of, and the Santa Monica hostel. But if we could kind of see really dollars that were allocated, and then what did they actually go to, like in terms of dollar amounts, I think that would be helpful. And it may also shine a light for local representatives and local jurisdictions to understand and to have those kind of conversations with developers about why it's so important to kind of capture these fees. And that because I think we get feedback sometimes that we're just kind of making things up as we go. And so to really have that kind of projection so that we have concrete examples of why we need to increase the in lieu fees, I think would be helpful for our own kind of standing in terms of our reputation and our ability to say, hey, this is the way that we do things. And also add some predictability into the market in terms of developer costs and anticipating what those would be.
Thank you, Commissioner Turnbull Sanders. Just wanted to make one quick comment to that. We've been actively working with the Conservancy, Coastal Conservancy on this issue. We kind of partner on this. Often our in lieu fees, they use our in lieu fees to fund low cost accommodation. And so it may make sense at some point in the future to have the Conservancy staff come and do something of a briefing for you all on, they are intimately familiar with all the challenges of actually building low cost accommodation, whether it's a campground or a hostel, because that's part of their job. They do it all the time. And we have been collaborating and trying to come up with ways to move this forward. Because as you said, part of the challenge we've had is it's really hard to build these projects for a number of reasons. Even finding an operator, a developer, operator who wants to do that can be challenging. Excuse me. So I think which is why the funds then sit for a while, because it takes a while. And then by the time we have a project, the funds aren't enough because, costs have gone up. So that's sort of what brought us to this challenge and why we went kind of then swung focusing a little bit more on onsite, because that's how felt like we could actually get something in place. So, but all the comments here today, I think that if we could figure out a more efficient way or a better model for actually getting low cost accommodation through our in lieu fees, I think that is a benefit for everybody. And so we're, I think, thinking through how to do that effectively. And part of that is increasing a fee. Part of that is identifying projects, working better together. For us, we would permit those projects as an example. So all this to say, I think it would be useful maybe to walk through some examples, as you suggest, of the challenges, but, including some successes, what's worked and what hasn't worked, from the Conservancy, who again this is what they do. So we'll take that under consideration for the next time this comes up. Next time we can bring it in front of you and do another briefing.
Thank you.
Just one more last thing, just picking up on what Commissioner Harmon was saying about advertising the low cost accommodations and marketing them towards population that really need the discounted rates most. And I never really quite understood how marketing works, right? How, if, we have conditions in our staff report that say something like, you shall market to low income communities or something. And I don't know how that exactly works, but one thing to consider potentially is also linking some of this up with our whale tail grants or education programs. So like using those groups that may have more of a propensity to work with youth or families that would, because they've been exposed through whatever nature programs or conservation programs, and use them to kind of be a point of outreach, and maybe just include that as something, as a condition within the grant. And then that way it's a little bit more targeted, because otherwise I don't know how you market, like, how does that work? Or how do you market to communities that are going to go to the beach and take advantage of it?
It's a great idea.
Thank you so much. Great ideas. Commissioner Wilson?
Well, first I want to, we're kind of nipping at the edges of kind of a bigger issue. And I mean, frankly, this is a wealth income gap issue, and it's just growing. And so we're just in this weird place where we're supposed to try and address one small piece of that legislatively from the past. It's just weird. And it's really class warfare, and it's real in terms of land use, in terms of pricing. I don't use that term lightly, because it's just and here we are trying to like fix it on the edges, and it's just and we know just from the national policies and in terms of how wealth is expanding to the 1%. And I know these seem like trite terms these days, but when all 50% of new wealth goes up and then everybody else kind of scrambles for the bottom, now we're trying to deal with that on the coast for people's like vacations and recreation. It's just so weird to me. So that being said, putting all that aside, I mean, I just think that's just the reality of that. And it's strange that this act and this commission has been put in this position to try and deal with just one small piece of that much bigger issue. That being said, I agree with much of what Commissioner Harmon has said here today, because the first time I experienced this discussion was really for the shores, and I had a hotel, and I had a really uncomfortable. I mean, I voted no on that one because I didn't. There was a big push by the commission to, I felt like shoehorn lower income people into this very posh place. Thank you for the word. And while there was an alternative to to do something offsite in that and in terms of hosteling, and I've done much hosteling in my time, and I hear the person that spoke earlier about not being able to afford hotels. It's true. I make more than probably your average person working in a hotel, but there are many things we permit that I could never afford to go to, and there are numerous commissioners here who are in the same place, and so have some empathy towards that a bit, and so I want to. If we have these resources and we want to be more proactive, it seems like we have this fund, and I'm not sure how we staff that that action of trying to get that fund utilized. And I agree with the longer we hold the fund, the less value it has to a certain degree. And so what I was hoping to get to was, can we, from that fund, programmatically try to actively solicit proposals by which, throughout the state that would actually move these things in the right direction. So that's one question I have. I think, and I think maybe even a subcommittee of the commission might be helpful to help kind of drive that a little bit. Kind of like we have the housing subcommittee or the legislative sub. I mean, and so there's like this resource that I feel is, and I don't want to, I'm trying not to be critical, but I feel like it's a little inactive. Maybe I'm just not seeing it. That's also happens a lot with me, and in times be like, don't you know that? No. So I just want to put that out there. I do, and the program I think that Commissioner Hart is referring to is the Golden Bear Pass, and I was looking at that. And it's sort of limited, and maybe there is something legislatively that could be created to sort of expand upon the concept of the Golden Bear Pass that could be used, that people could use to access some of these things. I apologize for jumping all over the place. One thing I also think would be interesting, and maybe, something that, and this is just me free forming here. The Unite folks, maybe it's like airline people who work for airlines get to fly on airlines, right? And so maybe there could be programmatically people who work in hotels have access to hotels, right? And so something to that, something that we could help formulate in terms of like, so the workforce within these industries within the coastal zone have some access to the amenities that they help create. And that's my stream of consciousness for now.
Thanks so much, Commissioner. That was great. Commissioner Bochco, do you have any comments on this topic? All right, Commissioner Rice.
Thank you. That's a great idea, I think.
That is a good.
And those airline, though, they let you go on other flights different places, so it wouldn't necessarily have them to be even linked to the very hotel you work in.
Well, I was thinking like within the unionized hotels.
Yeah, no, cool.
Yeah.
So I think this is really complicated, and it is trying to, that we're trying to address something that that Supervisor Wilson referred to is going to become more and more challenging. I just wanted to focus in on just a couple of other ideas, more along the lines of making sure that what rooms are available at lower rates or what accommodations are available at lower rates actually are linked up with people, the target audience, as it were. And then also making sure that they're being utilized. And I do think every situation is a little different depending on the project and the location. But I'm thinking about the obvious user groups in a different way. And I think we did this with one project. There are organizations locally that community-based organizations that are likely to have a clientele that is going to fit the the income bracket and or the target audience for whatever reason, however you want to define it. And I'm thinking that that's an outreach place in terms of connecting, and also the local jurisdictions, parks and rec, local rec organizations, and not so much even the private stuff, but usually the public rec departments and those programs are catering to a lower income clientele, and there's families there. So I'm thinking of who are the trusted partners locally, and then towards do we use vouchers? I'm thinking about, frankly, our housing authorities and vouchers. It's a way of subsidizing, right? Rental, your rent. Could these hotels that have promised a certain number of rooms, certain number of days, whatever, at certain rates, actually create vouchers for those that then are distributed to our trusted partners who are dealing with? I don't know if that's a possibility, but I hate the idea of folks who can actually afford a higher rate taking advantage of the lower rate rooms. And I also really don't like the idea of these lower rate rooms just not being utilized, and the hotel operator just being able to rent them out at a higher rate because they didn't have any takers. Anyway, so those are actually the only things that came up new for me, but I do think it's this linking that's important in terms of what's there. But then the larger problem is not only preservation, but actually expanding what is available, the stock, as it were, whether it's hotels, whether it's camping, what have you. And I would support Commissioner Wilson's idea about how can we be more proactive with those in lieu fees that are banking away.
I can just respond super quickly to that. I'm sorry. On the question of how to get those in lieu fees that are utilized, we do have the AB 250 authority to redirect those fees if they've gone unspent after 7 years. There are several pots of funds that meet that bill. So we are actively looking at that and options of where they could go. We best do that through quarterly meetings with state parks and Coastal Conservancy that staff attends, where we talk about what those viable projects are and how to kind of funnel those funds that are available through the state parks opportunities and the Conservancy's grant program.
All right, thank you.
Chair, can I just follow up with a question related to that? Is there a way to expand that to local governments too? Because if we're just limiting it to state parks, maybe the pool of opportunity is quite small. Thank you.
Yeah, all coastal parking. Thanks so much, Commissioner Wilson. That's a great point. Commissioner Lone.
So Commissioner Harmon, you've given me a great deal to think about, so I really appreciate your view and your lens on this. My concern is, and I've watched this in San Francisco, where they set up the in lieu fees for housing, for affordable housing. And what the dynamic that was created then it's similar to the extent that we don't have we have just a certain amount of land that we can deal with, like San Francisco, 7 by 7. So what's got set up in San Francisco is now you've got nonprofit housing developers competing with for-profit housing developers, and all it did was drive up the cost of the initial purchase of that property. And I get concerned about not having it on site, that you create this competition for a few sites, for an X number of sites in the state. So I just want to lay that out there as part of the conundrum that we're facing here. The other thing that I've watched over the years, I'm not saying it happens across the board, but it tends to for-profit developers, because of greed and needing to have return on investment, where that's not as important to nonprofit developers. It's a different matrix because their lending is different, all the numbers change. The efficiencies that a for-profit developer achieves are greater, typically. I'm not saying it's 100%, but over the years, I've just watched, when you look at per door, when you create housing, whether it be, short-term rental or whatever it might be, the efficiencies to have it on site tend to lower the cost per unit, let's say, because it just is, for whatever reason. Also, yesterday during the hearing, when I asked the nonprofit housing, the woman that came before us, I said, what about maintaining? Because now what we're finding, at least in San Francisco, is in places like the Tenderloin, the nonprofit housing developments are just falling apart because there's nobody. I mean, it was like, do it now, get it up, get people in, but now it's 15, 20 years and roofs and paint on the outside, and the units themselves have become so tattered and worn. And so it is a conundrum. So I just lay it out there. It's something we all need to think about. And I really appreciate it, Director Hucklebridge, that we really need to be flexible. And if there is, like with the tin can thing, when there's the ability to say, wait a minute, right here on site, Mr. Ms. Developer, you can do it here and, push that lever. I just think the efficiencies are much better, but I really appreciate that we need to be incredibly flexible when it comes and look at each one individually. And it's not going to be a one-size-fits-all solution. I just don't see that at all. Throwing out one thing that someone brought up, how do we keep up with costs? You may want to look at the insurance industry. So the insurance industry publishes every year, or maybe it's every other year. You'll have to check how often they do it, but they publish, there's like a guidebook on replacement costs for, and we're sort of, if you own, when you're in the world of owning real estate and you need to conform, you can't just arbitrarily say, well, it'll cost me $100 a square foot, when really the number's 150 and you're only insuring for 100. So insurance companies have kind of gotten smart about this, and they're forcing for-profit commercial owners to really insure for the actual cost, which means insurance premiums are going up. But they do publish a book. I don't know if it's a book, but they publish these schedules of construction, and it might be good to take a look at that because they do keep up with it's not an inflation number. Inflation, even at its height was what, 8, 9%, when construction costs were going up 25, 30%. So to look at inflation, it's a false number when it comes to construction. Just an anecdote. For years, the cost of sheet plywood, the cheapest plywood that you would put it in a subfloor, was $29 a sheet. Forever. It's 95 now. I mean, you can get it for 90, but the average is really, we're calculating now 95. So if you can find somebody to undercut their competitor for 90, you're like, yeah. But the cost of construction has just gone through the roof. But there are mechanisms out there, and I would look at the insurance industry because they're really, they're pretty keen on keeping up with the costs of rebuild. And I think it might be a good way to look at it. But again, I go back to, look, this is a total conundrum because you don't want to set up, the for-profit person is always going to pay a little bit more than the nonprofit. So you're constantly going to be behind the 8 ball. And 7 years, 7 years, it's such a long period of time when you talk about inflation and numbers and what things can buy, that it worries me that $7 7 years ago, you're going to get pennies on the dollar for new development. And that's a toughie. But you've given me a lot to think about, Commissioner Harmon, and I do appreciate it's, it's a push me, pull you. So.
Those are great thoughts. Thanks. Commissioner Eckerle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just also want to echo my thanks to staff for the thoughtful presentation. It was incredibly helpful. And I appreciate the perspectives and the conversation amongst my fellow commissioners. I have a process question and then some responses to what I've heard. Is this something that will ultimately become a policy of the commission? Will this discussion inform something that comes back to us? Or is this just direction to staff to help inform decision-making and recommendations going forward? And I ask that question to put a finer point on something that Commissioner Turnbull Sanders said, and that is, I think it's really important to provide clear expectations and transparency for what the commission is going to require, and providing guardrails, and that there's flexibility, that we're going to be doing site-specific analysis, that we have a standard, but that we're going to be flexible as we think about those things. So curious about process on that piece.
So right now, this is informational. There is not an intent at this moment to come back with something for adoption by the commission. But that is, that's part of what we maybe are looking for feedback on, is what direction should we take on this? Obviously, we look case by case. And so you've seen elements of what we're talking about already through various projects, right? So that's sort of been our practice. But if there was a strong desire or an interest from the commission to see something a little bit more, boiled down, that we could then take more formal action on, we could certainly consider that. So up for discussion.
Thank you, Dr. Huckelberg. And I think I want to hear from the commission and staff what is most useful, right? Like, I think the transparency piece for the public is important. I also want to, protect staff in the negotiations and conversations as we're evaluating these projects. I also want to appreciate the recommendation for the Coastal Conservancy to come back. I had a conversation with Dr. Huckelberg and the director of the Coastal Conservancy probably several months ago on this issue, and I had many of the same questions about particularly the in lieu fee pipeline and how we're identifying and prioritizing those projects. So I would appreciate that presentation. And then finally, on the comment about the redirection of the funds, I think, was that AB 250? Can you provide, do we have flexibility on the types of projects that we use for that redirection? Or are they still specifically for, the concept of low cost accommodation?
Thanks for that question. The AB 250 language does require consistency with the underlying permit condition, so it may depend on what the permit condition states. We do try to draft those fairly broadly, though, to provide for construction of new overcost overnight accommodations, within the county that the hotel project was taking place in, for example.
Great, but we don't use those funds for broader public access.
No, it's usually, as Brittany noted, it's broadly defined, and then it's not a project specific, but it's more defined in terms of the type of project that can be funded. So it's an overnight accommodation in this particular region. We couldn't, generally in most cases, couldn't take those funds and use it for a different type of public access.
Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Geary?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just appreciate the conversation and all the comments that my colleagues have mentioned so far, and the presentation as well. I want to associate myself with Commissioner Harmon's idea of having a disclosure messaging. I think that's super important. I also support the idea of a legislative fix for room rate setting. I think, for any program that we offer statewide or locally, you have to, at a certain point, show your degree of income. I'm a strong supporter of on-site. And I think I really want to thank the caller who dialed in, took their time out of their day to call us, because I think it really showcases, the reality for a lot of people. right? And I do appreciate also the ability to have, you know, offsite accommodations, but traditionally, culturally, there are many communities that aren't familiar or able or willing or, you know, open to going camping, for example, right? I mean, I'm thinking about my own culture. It's not very common to do that. And why not? Why not give folks who clean and maintain and work in these beautiful hotels the ability to stay there? So I really like the idea of if there's a potential for partnership with unions. I mean, this is something that we, I think, have signaled to developers that come before us that that's an element that's very important to us, that they work with labor and the workforce. So I think that could be another potential opportunity for that. And then lastly, I'll just mention, I did go on our website to look at how can people find out an inventory of, you know, what is available out there. I think that's a big challenge, right? People unfamiliar with, oh, I wouldn't even know to go to the Coastal Commission website, right? And I did notice we have the latest projects for 2024, but I'm wondering if there's a possibility to maybe even create an app or something where we can have a comprehensive list and that's up to date. I don't know if that's, I see you're nodding your head, Brittany, you might have thought of that, I don't know.
We do have some information on our website about the commission required on-site lower cost overnight accommodations. I believe we have an app specific to other types of public access, and we could absolutely look into
I think that would be
integrating this.
helpful, just make it as easy as possible. People, especially people who are not tech savvy, you know, so anyway. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to share thoughts.
All right, great. Well, I just want to thank everyone for all these really very thoughtful comments and just great comments. I just have a few points I wanted to make. First of all, I want to say that with regard to some of the locations that we identified, I mean, already today we talked about flying flags as not being affordable. And that just points to the challenge of enforcement. But, you know, I was really happy. I looked at Ventana because I was down there not that long ago and I went through their campground, which is really cool. And I was very happy to see it was $80. So, you know, I think that for a campground where you can have 4 or more people, and that's generally, it's such a, and it's an area that's so exclusive with a couple hotels. I was really happy to see that. But again, we need to figure out this enforcement challenge. And again, it returns to, you know, the legislature. One of the things that I encountered, again, going back to when I was Parks Director, is, you know, we developed this idea of these cabins with state parks. It was part of State Parks Forward. But then when it came to actually having the parks on, and at Doran, we were looking at, which is a regional park in Sonoma County, we hit up against the then, you know, I was obviously not on the commission then, but the challenges of the commission permitting process. So one of the things we have to look at is, because those tiny cabins are only 20,000 each, and they're on wheels. I mean, they're really a practical solution on the coast. And it also addresses something that you talked about, Commissioner Aguirre. A lot of people either don't feel comfortable camping, they don't have camping equipment. You know, it's just not something that they do. It's not traditional in their culture. But cabins, on the other hand, you know, they're easier for AD, you know, you can make them ADA. So I think incorporating into our permitting approach an openness toward these sort of low-cost accommodations in both state and regional parks. And I couldn't agree more with Commissioner Wilson that we need to expand. You know, all of LA parks, for example, are operated by, or all of, you know, many of the LA state parks are operated by the city. So we just stick with meetings with state parks. We're not going to be able to make a lot of progress there. There's a lot of parks that are run by local entities. Okay, let me just see. So I talked about enforcement. I sent to you, Dr. Hucklebridge, as well as to Sarah and Sean, the what we developed in Sonoma County. We created this vehicle entry pass, which was a way that low-income people could qualify. So I sent you that, and it's not just SSI. There's a whole list of eligibility criteria. I'm thinking that we could incorporate it into legislation. Happy to send it to anyone else, or you can just go on the Sonoma County Regional Parks. It lists all of the different criteria that you can get, basically a $5 entry fee. So same way, We could create a voucher program where people that have that proof have vouchers. And, you know, it's the same way with rentals. We're all familiar with it that work in county and city governments. People have vouchers to pay their rent. Why can't people have vouchers to pay for hotel rooms that qualify? So these are the kinds of things that I think we really need to be aggressive in looking into and thinking outside of the box. You know, one thing I want to say, though, about that I am a little frustrated, when we did that Ocean Avenue project, and we really stepped up and required those additional fees for that hostel, subsequent to that hearing, there was huge pushback from Unite Here. So when I heard the individual speaking today, and I recalled that situation, that really bothers me. So we need to be on the same page here, folks. When we're pushing for additional low-cost housing as part of a project, we need to be with our union allies. When we're supporting a project and then the developer puts up more money, in this case for a hostel, which was the deal with the Ocean Avenue project, then we need to be applauded for that. We all need to be on the same team. So that was something that happened that I just wanted to mention. Going forward, I think we need to make sure that we're all on the same page on these projects. Also on STRs, I mean, that's the final thing. I don't think that we can go too far on this, folks. I think we have to find a balance because STRs sometimes can be the only thing that people can afford. If it's, you know, a large family, we want to make sure that we don't make it so impossible for people to find short-term rentals. You know, I'm just worried that that we get so antagonistic toward one thing, and then we go, you know, we sort of go back and forth. And I really feel with the SDRs, there has to be a balance. And I feel like we did that in Marin. So those are all my comments, and just want to appreciate everyone here and give everyone the good news that it's time for lunch. So it's 12:25. Do you think we could come back in about at 1? Because we still have a lot of items. All right. So we'll come back at 1. Thanks.
Thanks, everybody. I really appreciate the feedback.
Are you ready? All right. Welcome to the afternoon session of July 11th of the California Coastal Commission. We're a few minutes late, but we're back from lunch. And now we will be moving forward with the Deputy Director's report from the North Coast. Why is that happening?
All right.
Thanks, Ms. Gray.
I think we're ready for item 8. This is the Deputy Director's report for the North Coast District, which includes 3 waivers this month. In addition, we are reporting out an emergency authorization that was granted to the city of Point Arena to repair a 15-foot section of railing on the Point Arena Pier, which had collapsed, and also to repair an additional 50 feet of railing at the end of the pier that is in significant danger of collapsing. The proposed repair work is necessary to maintain public safety and allow continued use of the pier. Staff is not aware of any opposition to these matters, and we are asking whether 3 or more commissioners object to this item.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. So are there any speakers?
No speakers.
All right. Do 3 or more commissioners object to any item on the DDR report? All right. Seeing none, the commission concurs, and we'll move on to the next item, which is 9A, I believe.
Item 9A was moved to consent.
It was. Okay,
Consent.
great. Is that the elk? Oh, that was something
That was
else.
the city of
Okay.
Eureka LCP.
All right. So we're on the DDR for North Central Coast, which will be you, Mr. Carl.
Yes, thank you, Chair Hart. We are on to item 10. This is the North Central Coast District Director's Report. We're reporting 1 waiver today for 2 borings, 2 preliminary borings in Inverness. In Marin County, we're not aware of any objections or controversy. And this one is a 4 or more commissioners object. So we're looking if 4 or more commissioners object to that. If not, then the commission will concur.
It's not too boring.
And any speakers?
No speakers.
Okay, no speakers. To 4 or more commissioners object to the item that's on the DDR. Seeing none, the commission concurs. And now we'll move on to item 11A, the Irish Cultural Center item.
That is correct. Item 11A, and I'd like to ask Luke Hensington, who's our lead planner on this project, to give the presentation here. Luke, I can give you this one.
Hi, Luke. Nice to see you.
Good to see you.
Good afternoon, Chair Hart and Commissioners. Item 11A is a City and County of San Francisco LCP amendment that proposes to amend their certified LCP implementation plan in two parts. First, the city proposes to establish a special use district for the Irish Cultural Center site in order to facilitate a future infill project intended to renovate and redevelop that site. On slide 1, you can see the city's coastal zone boundary outlined in yellow. The Irish Cultural Center site, which is noted here in red, is located about 4 blocks inland from the beach and near the outer edge of the coastal zone boundary. Second, the city proposes to establish principal permitted uses for each LCP zoning district in the coastal zone, including for the proposed special use district for purposes of potential appeal of the city's coastal permit decisions to the Coastal Commission. Next slide, please. Slide 2 zooms in to show you the location of the existing Irish Cultural Center and proposed special use district noted here in red. The site is located on 45th Avenue between Sloat Boulevard and Wawona Street. And for context, it's about 1 block north of the San Francisco Zoo and about 4 blocks inland from Ocean Beach. The site is also near the inland edge of the coastal zone boundary along Sloat Boulevard. Next slide, please. The proposed special use district is currently occupied by the existing Irish Cultural Center, pictured here on the left of slide 3, which has been present on the site since the early 1970s and which currently serves as a community center and event space for education, arts, social events, and recreation. The proposed special use district would allow for increased scale at the site, increasing the maximum height allowed from 40 to 100 feet, increasing the allowed floor area ratio from 360% to 700%, eliminating rear yard setback requirements and allowing for greater bulk overall. The image on the right shows a rendering of a building that could be accommodated under these new rules. And in fact, this is the proposed Irish Cultural Center redevelopment project that is currently pending at the city level, as described in the staff report. So it's a particularly relevant example of what may follow if this amendment is approved. Staff believes that the increase in scale should not lead to any significant adverse impacts to coastal resources. This is a site within an urban, infill, built-out environment about 4 blocks from the beach, where such development would not block public view corridors, nor would it be expected to adversely affect public views more broadly. In addition, the special use district would accommodate a series of commercial uses that should help energize this part of the coastal zone and increase cultural and related opportunities for residents and visitors alike. Next slide, please. The Coastal Act includes an appealability criteria specific to coastal counties like San Francisco that make coastal permit decisions outside of geographic appeal boundaries appealable to the Commission if they involve a use other than the single designated principal permitted use, or PPU. In San Francisco's case, the existing LCP does not identify a single PPU for each zoning district, and as a result, all the city's coastal permit decisions are appealable to the Commission, whether located in geographic appeal areas or not. This is contrary to Coastal Act intent, and fortunately, it is easily remedied by designating such PPUs, as is proposed here today, where each designated single PPU essentially recognizes the underlying designation already in effect, meaning a residential PPU in residential areas, a commercial PPU in commercial areas, and so on. In the case of the proposed special use district, the PPU would be commercial, which would specifically accommodate the educational, cultural, social, entertainment, retail, and recreational uses associated with the cultural center. Upon certification, city coastal permit decisions for the identified PPU in each case would not be appealable to the Commission on that basis. Next slide, please. Staff recommends that the Commission approve the LCP amendment as submitted. The one motion necessary to do so can be found on page 4 of the staff report. And this concludes the staff presentation. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Luke, and I'll ask if there are any ex partes. I think there is one. I
Yeah, I
can't-
have-
Ah,
Oddly enough.
Commissioner Strickland.
I generally don't accept ex partes, but the executive director of the San Francisco Irish Cultural Center is was one of my research partners in grad school, and he just called me up. So during the call, which took place on January 30th at about 11:17 a.m., lasted for about 15 minutes. He just went through the basics of the project with me, and then asked some process questions. So I did a little bit of directing traffic with the city and the commission staff and BCDC. That was about it.
All right, thank you so much. All right, no other ex partes. I'll open the public hearing and ask how many public speakers there are and whether the city is.
We have 9 speakers signed up,
Okey-doke.
and we have Gabriela Pantoja and Daniel Sider from the city.
All right. Oh, you're here in person. Hi, I know it's a long commute from there. but-
Good. Oh, there we go.
So you could repeat your name now.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Gabriela Pantoja, and I'm here on behalf of the San Francisco Planning Department, along with my colleague Dan Sider, who are the applicants of this LPC amendment. First, we'd like to give a massive thanks to the amazing staff at the Commission's North Central Coast District, including Luke Kensington, Stephanie Rexing, and Dan Carl, for their continuous support and collaboration and hard work throughout this LPC amendment process. Their individual and collective efforts were nothing short of extraordinary and were deeply valued. As Luke described, the LPC amendment before you will help facilitate the redevelopment of the Irish state-of-the-art community center for the United Irish Cultural Center at a single development site for San Francisco's Irish and larger community, and establish principally permitted uses for each zoning district within the coastal zone. The former being a few years in the making, and the latter being a recommendation and a result of our collaborative effort with the staff. And we're here for questions. That'd be all. Thank you.
Thanks so much. And I want to appreciate you and everyone involved for the incredibly rapid turnaround of this project, for working with our staff. And thank you so much. And thank you so much, Dan and Luke, for everything you did to bring this to us so quickly. Thank you very much. All right, next speaker, please.
Okay, our remaining speakers are all on Zoom. We have
Okey-doke.
Eileen Boken, followed by Susan Wolf, and then Evan Rosen. Eileen Boken, I see you're in on the phone, and you're able to unmute now.
Eileen Boken, Coalition for San Francisco Neighborhoods, on my own behalf, strongly urging the commission to continue this item and return it to staff for further study. As drafted, this could have unintended consequences, such as excess use of spot zoning and change of use. This is because proposed LCP zoning definitions are overly broad. Besides allowing for a 6-story entertainment center with a rooftop dining, these zoning changes could also lead to 50-story towers, turning San Francisco's Ocean Beach into Miami Beach. Also, this item needs to be continued to allow for a transparent community process, which did not happen. This item would preclude virtually all appeals to the Coastal Commission. The local ordinances were drafted by city entities without community participation. And finally, the proposed changes to the implementation plan are inconsistent with the current land use plan, known as the Western Shoreline Area Plan. And consistency between the IP and the LUP is the standard of review. And finally, the name of the center is the United Irish Cultural Center, not the Irish Cultural Center. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Susan Wolf, followed by Evan Rosen and Kathy Herzl. Susan Wolf, I see you're coming in just now as a panelist. When you're able to, please unmute yourself. Susan, I see that you're in. You may begin your comment when you're ready. I see your video is turning on. There you go. And then I'm asking you to unmute. There you go.
Okay. Am I on now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, sorry about that. The new Cultural Center Entertainment Center on 45th and Wawona, as it will be named, is not the Irish Cultural Center. The pictures advertised do not fit into the character of the neighborhood of single-family houses and small apartment buildings. The exclusionary practices of this group and of people are obvious. The neighborhood notifications consist of small pieces of paper on their side doors. The only persons receiving any notifications are people on the same block and a few houses nearby. They cannot lie and deceive anymore. I live less than 1 block away. The pandas are coming, and noise and dusty construction will go on for years. Digging 2 to 3 levels down will be loud and disruptive. There have been no inspections of the 4 apartment buildings, motel, or cafe that anyone knows about. I doubt that any insurance company will insure this project because of the extreme likely damage to the buildings nearby, one of them being not much more than a shack. The plans also include building to the property line in the rear yard. How will there be access into the bedrooms of the residents in the small apartment buildings? The dusted traffic interruptions will affect access to the beach and zoo for years. The trucks and worker vehicles will disrupt the tiny muni service this neighborhood has. The zoo will lose parking availability on slope for years, and emergency vehicles will not have always ready access. The jerks at the Westerly condos had their lights on all night long in unoccupied buildings. There are no lighting codes in San Francisco worth a penny. I had to sue a neighbor for cameras and lights in my bedroom window. San Francisco has no privacy laws. I had a lawyer. I had to take them to court. It was $120,000. This absurd project is about rezoning. There is no information where the money is coming from. There is no information where the hundreds.
Thank you. And next, Evan Rosen. Evan Rosen, I see you're in on the phone. You're able to unmute.
Do we really want to authorize a 6-story entertainment center across from the San Francisco Zoo in the coastal zone intended as a, quote, iconic destination and, quote, flagship for California when the public transportation connections are minimal and we're closing the Great Highway to vehicles 24/7 if the initiative passes? What do you think is going to happen to the adjacent residential streets? This LCP implementation plan amendment fails to conform to the certified LCP land use plan, and that's the standard of review under section 30513B of the Coastal Act. I detailed this in my written comment, but we're talking about a lack of conformity with LUP policies 11.1 and 11.7. Policy 11.1 addresses preserving the scale and character of residential neighborhoods. Policy 11.7 provides for maintaining a community business district to provide goods and services to residents. The other negative aspect of this LCP amendment is that it's a major change that would effectively block appeals to the Coastal Commission of 2 major projects in the coastal zone, even though this basis of appeal known as principal permitted use has been viable for San Francisco County since the 1980s. The 2 non-appealable projects per this proposed LCP amendment are the 6-story entertainment cultural center with rooftop bar and the residential project at 2700 Sloat, originally proposed at 50 stories. Per my conversations with Coastal Commission staff over the last few years, local coastal program amendments are supposed to be well publicized with maximum public input. This has not occurred, and almost nobody, and I mean nobody, knows about this, even in the coastal neighborhood that this impacts the most. LCP amendments are also not supposed to be handled piecemeal for spot zoning and rushed through, particularly when implementation plan amendments fail to conform with the certified LCP land use plan. At the very least, this requires and public participation.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then Kathy Herzl, followed by Eileen Mize. Kathleen Herzl.
Okay, well, this commission has the legal right to vote against this LCP implementation plan amendment because it fails to conform with the Certified Local Coastal Program land use plan. And that's the standard of review of section 30513B of the Coastal Act. So please look at that, be aware of that. And let's talk about how this is even in front of you. There was no public participation, no publicity about this. It was basically a backdoor deal among some of those San Francisco politicians, and many of those received money from developers who want to turn Ocean Beach into Miami Beach. And these developers are definitely climate deniers because they want to build 100-feet buildings, 50-story buildings in the coastal zone. They're total climate deniers. Everywhere else in the world, they're looking to say, you know, how can we move buildings and people out of the coastal zone? So please don't give in to these climate deniers. But here's, you know, this backdoor deal during election year is really not great because it wasn't publicized. This is opening the door to many multi-story buildings. And these 50-story buildings are not for people. They're not affordable housing. It's meant for, you know, the wealthy to plop some money down in San Francisco and just pay the tax on the property and not live there. And it's going to displace a lot of people who have affordable housing in the coastal zone right now. Elderly people, older people, families that, you know, have been there possibly for generations. And so.
Thank you. And next, Eileen Mize, and then there's two names that we aren't seeing, Patricia Arak and Lily Schneekluth. If you're on the meeting, please raise your hand. Again, Patricia Arak and Lily Schneekluth. And then Eileen Mize, you can go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name's Eileen Mize, and I'd like to thank the Coastal Commission for your efforts and for the opportunity to speak. As a Marin County native and current resident, as well as a third-generation Irish American, I wish to lend my support for the proposed amendments regarding the Irish Cultural Center. I'd also like to acknowledge the others in the room and many online who are in favor of this project. We have widespread support, and in the interest of time, I'll keep my remarks brief. Since 1975, the center has been a cornerstone of the community, offering educational, cultural, and social activities for nearly 50 years. The planned redevelopment serves to enhance this vital role, providing much needed space for cultural enrichment and community engagement. I urge you to approve these amendments to ensure the center continues to thrive. I strongly support the proposed changes and urge the Commission to approve the amendments which serve to sustain and enhance this important community asset. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak on behalf of this beloved cultural treasure.
Thank you. I'm not seeing the other speakers, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you so much. Bring it back to staff, Mr. Carl or Mr. Henningsen.
Just quickly, just to be clear, there's nothing improper about the LCP amendment process before you. This was properly noticed. We noticed every interested party that we were aware of. We noticed everybody in the near vicinity. This is properly in front of the commission. There was a comment about this facilitating 50-story buildings. There's nothing in this LCP amendment that would facilitate a 50-story building. There was a proposal that many folks are aware of that was on Sloat. That proposal, as far as we understand it, the application's since been withdrawn. It has nothing to do with this particular LCP amendment. And then I think the main question is about scale and compatibility. And obviously reasonable people can disagree. It's often very subjective. In our view, this is not going to lead to any sort of coastal resource impacts. It's 4 blocks inland from the beach in an area that's not going to block public views. We think it's consistent with the LUP. And also for the folks who don't think a project that would follow this is consistent, there's a coastal permit process that's ongoing at the city, and they can share their thoughts with the city as it goes through. With that, I think we're available for questions.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Carl. All right, bring it back to the commission. If there are any questions, I'll turn it over to to you, Commissioner, and you will make the motion
I'd
unless you have a question.
Commissioner,
Oh,
no,
I
I'd
didn't
like to make
see.
the motion, but
I just wanted to clarify that 2700 Sloat was the location for the proposed larger building, but are you saying that that specific proposal is no longer active, or would the address 2700 Sloat be, is that included in this
It is not.
specific area plan?
It is not, and it's our
Okay.
understanding that
I
that
just wanted to
application, you
clarify
could
that.
ask this, if you really wanted to clarify, I mean, the city, as I understand it, the application was withdrawn at the city level for that project. This
Right,
is
but-
about a different site.
Then this is a different site entirely. Just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Lowenberg?
I think Mike.
Oh, there's another question.
It's not a question. I'm just going to abstain from this because I missed part of the conversation.
Oh, okay, that sounds good. Anybody else I'm missing? Sorry. Commissioner
So
Lowenberg,
if
back to you.
if I could take the liberty, as I think the only person living in the city, I know I'm not the only person having been born in the
I was
city.
born there.
No, I know, Emily. And so is Paloma. So I didn't go, with that. I didn't live there once. Oh, God, everybody's jumping in the action. Well, as
We
the
do want-
only current.
Let's return to committee. See
Yeah.
what happens when you open things up, Commissioner?
know.
You just gotta make the motion.
So I just want to say for the record that the Irish Cultural Center has been really one of the great jewels in the crown of San Francisco. I mean, I've been to more, weddings and birthdays and celebrations and dance recitals of friends, kids, but it's a great asset on that side of the city, and it's open to everybody. I mean, it's not, you can even be Jewish. And go to the Irish Cultural Center. But it's a great asset to the city, and I applaud all of you for making it bigger and better and wanting to just be further that in our great community. So with that, I move that the commission reject the implementation amendment number LCP-2-SNF-24-0024-1 as submitted by the city and county of San Francisco, and I recommend a no vote.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. I'll turn to the commission and ask if there is any objection to a unanimous agreement to a no vote on this item.
I don't know if we could do that if I'm abstaining.
Given the abstention, do we need to do roll call? Okay. Ms. Miller?
Okay. Commissioner Aguirre.
Yes, sorry, no.
Aguirre, no. Commissioner Bochco.
No.
Bochco, no. Commissioner Striplin.
No.
Striplin, no. Commissioner Harmon.
No.
Harmon, no. Commissioner Lowenberg.
No.
Lowenberg, no. Commissioner Notoff.
No.
Notoff, no. Commissioner Rice.
No.
Rice, no. Commissioner Turnbull Sanders.
No.
Turnbull Sanders, no. Commissioner Uranga. Uranga, no. Commissioner Wilson
Abstain.
abstains. Chair Hart.
No.
Hart, no. The vote is 10 no with 1 abstention.
Thank you very much, Ms. Miller. All right, we're going to move to the next item. Thank you very much for everyone's comments on that, particularly yours. Commissioner Lowenberg. I just wanted to state one thing. I am Irish and Jewish, but moving right along.
I am too.
Okay, we're going to move now to the DDR for the Central Coast.
Yes,
Now that
that's,
we've covered all of our backgrounds and anywhere we've ever lived.
yeah. Well, I'm part Irish and I was born in San Francisco too. So.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I really appreciate that.
So item 12, this is the Central Coast District Director's Report. We're reporting 5 waivers and 1 immaterial amendment. We're not aware of any objections or controversy for these items, and so we are asking whether 3 or more commissioners object. Otherwise, you will all concurred.
Okay, are there any speakers on this item?
No speakers.
All right, do 3 or more commissioners object to adoption of the DDR? Seeing no objection, the commission concurs, and we will move on to the next item, which is it 13A is on consent, correct? So we're on 14A.
That does take us down to item
Okay.
14A, which is the appeal from Orange County Sanitation District. And there is a staff PowerPoint on this item, and Amrita Spencer, District Manager in this Long Beach office, is going to do the staff presentation on that.
Great, thank you.
Just one note, I think this is the wrong presentation.
We're bringing up the correct presentation. I believe this is the backup presentation.
Okay, fantastic.
Now, yeah.
Great. Thank you. Good afternoon, commissioners. Item 14A is the substantial issue hearing of an appeal for a coastal development permit approved by the city of Newport Beach for the demolition of an existing pump station and construction of a new pump station and associated force mains at 250 East Coast Highway, Newport Beach. The applicant is Orange County Sanitation District, or OC-SAN, and the appellant is the Bayside Village Marina, known as BVM. Next slide, please. The project site is located adjacent to the Bay Bridge and Newport Bay Channel, near a highly urbanized area of Newport Bay, where the shore and shoreline are developed with residential and commercial structures. Next slide, please. This aerial photograph shows the subject site of various project components, including the proposed pump station, new force main vault, and the construction staging area. The pump station is currently developed with an existing wastewater station, which was constructed in 1966 and has been operated by OC-SAN. The property is located in the Back Bay Landing Planned Community Development Plan Zoning and Coastal Zoning District. Within the zoning district, the property is categorized as Planning Area 1, or Mixed Use Area. The proposed force mains associated with the project will be microtunneled beneath East Coast Highway from the pump station, shown here on the right side of the image, under Newport Bay Channel to a new valve vault located below grade in the public right-of-way, shown here on the left side of the image. Next slide, please. The city-approved development includes the demolition of the existing 4,800 square foot pump station and the construction of a new approximately 7,500 square foot pump station, which includes a 3,600 square foot underground pump room, 1,100 square foot electrical room, a 1,781 square foot odor control facility, and an approximately 650 square foot generator room. Within a site area of approximately 14,500 square feet, as shown on the slide. As mentioned earlier, the proposed project would also include the installation of two new 1,300 foot long, 24-inch diameter dual force mains by microtunneling underneath the highway and bay. The city's jurisdiction is everything landward of the mean high tide line, which includes the pump station and portions of the force mains located between the highway. Other portions of the force mains that are proposed to be installed under the bay are within the commission's jurisdiction and would therefore require a CDP from the commission, which will be considered under item 15A following this item. Next slide, please. As part of the city's approval, there would be a temporary use of a portion of the city-owned Lower Castaways Park as a construction staging yard. OC-SAN proposes to use approximately 18,000 square feet of the southwest corner of the park, shown here in the green polygon. Next slide, please. The primary grounds for the appeal raised by the appellant are that the approved development is inconsistent with the city's certified LCP, which includes the certified Back Bay Landing Planned Community Development Plan, as well as key provisions of the Coastal Act. The appellant's complete list of contentions is detailed in the staff report, but the contentions generally raise the following concerns. One, the Back Bay Landing Planned Community Development Plan provides for coastal dependent and related uses, as well as limited residential uses. OC-SAN could feasibly locate the sewer lift station elsewhere on the VBM site or just replace and refurbish the pump station within its existing footprint. The project disrupts the balance of land uses. The pump station would adversely impact commission mandated LCP view corridors, and that the pump station would adversely affect coastal resources during the thousands of construction truck trips during 5 years of construction and after construction is complete. In response to the first contention, the proposed project is within Planning Area 1 of the Back Bay Landing PCDP, which, as shown in this slide, allows for a wastewater pump station as a permitted use. Additionally, the PCDP does not limit the expansion of the pump station and even states that it may be reconstructed in the future. Therefore, the project is consistent with the permitted uses of the PCDP. Regarding the concern of project alternatives raised in the second contention, OC San did evaluate several project alternatives, including alternative project locations, in their environmental impact report. Their impact report determined that rehabilitating the existing pump station within its current footprint would not meet any of the project objectives, which includes needed upgrades to the infrastructure to meet current standards and increased safety for OC San's staff. Additionally, alternative project locations that were analyzed were either determined to be infeasible or would not be the least environmentally damaging alternative. Therefore, the environmental impact report determined that the proposed project in its proposed location is the least environmentally damaging feasible alternative. In response to the third contention, also shown on this slide, the proposed project is consistent with the permitted uses of the site and is an expansion of the existing use. Additionally, regarding the contention that the proposed project can eliminate uses such as future residential units or boat storage and marina parking, the Back Bay Landing project that approved the future residential units on site has not received a final site plan approval. Therefore, it is unclear at this time where the potential residential units would be constructed, or even if they would be constructed at all. The appellants also did not explain how this potential loss would be inconsistent with either the policies of the LCP or the public access policies of the Coastal Act. Next slide, please. Regarding the concern about adverse impacts to coastal view corridors raised in the fourth contention, the image on this slide shows the views with and without the proposed project along East Coast Highway. As shown here, the pump station would block a small portion of the bluffs at Castaway Park. However, this section of the bluff is already degraded due to existing development in the area, and a majority of the bluff, including the PCDB view corridors, would remain unimpacted by the proposed project. The project is also consistent with the height requirements of the site. Thus, this contention does not raise a substantial issue with regards to project consistency. For the appellant's final contention, the appellant did not specify which coastal resources would be affected by the truck trips. However, the proposed project is a necessary replacement of aging public sewer infrastructure, which, if not replaced, could result in a future sewer spill into Newport Bay. Further, due to the size of the project, the truck trips would be necessary for its construction. Additionally, the applicants have minimized coastal resource impacts from construction truck trips to the greatest extent feasible by proposing various mitigation measures in their EIR, which, pursuant to the city's conditions of approval for the local CDP, the applicant is required to comply with in their project. Next slide, please. The standard of review for the subject appeal is whether a substantial issue is raised regarding conformance with the City of Newport Beach's certified LCP and public access policies of the Coastal Act with respect to the grounds raised by the appellants. In this case, the city substantially supported its approval of the project as being consistent with all applicable policies of the certified LCP, including public view policies related to views from public roadways such as East Coast Highway. Additionally, the city required 42 conditions of approval to ensure consistency with the LCP. The proposed project is consistent with the development standards for the site and will not interfere with any existing public access and will not significantly impact public views of the coast. Furthermore, the project does not raise any coastal issues of statewide or regional concern. Next slide, please. In closing, commission staff recommends that the commission determine no substantial issue exists with respect to the grounds on which the appeal has been filed. The motion to find no substantial issue can be found on page 5 of the staff report. This concludes the staff presentation and staff is available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Spencer. Are there any ex partes on this item? All right, seeing none, I'm going to open the public hearing. We'll begin with the appellant. If the appellant is here, each side will have 3 minutes. Is the local government here by any chance?
We have a representative from Newport Beach on Zoom.
That
available for
wishes to
questions.
speak or for questions?
For
Okay.
questions.
So we'll begin with the appellant, then we'll turn to the applicant, and then we'll
Okay.
bring others to
Michael
the post.
Gelfand and Gordon Craig are listed as speaking.
Mr. Gelfand.
Right. Madam Chairwoman and Commissioners, thank you for your time today. There is a far superior alternative to what's being presented to you today by the Sand District. Their project is essentially a half a football field size facility right on Coast Highway. It will require a complete redesign of our project, necessitating the relocation of our housing element, not to mention other impacts. The weird thing about this is we spent several years working with the Sand District, we thought in good faith, on Alternative 4, which is the northeast corner of the Back Bay Landing site. It worked on every level. And what essentially happened was when we agreed that it would work and started negotiating terms, and it would have involved a land swap. We would have taken their old site. They said that we had to take their old site as is, with no environmental mitigation on their part. But they wanted to take land from us, and we were supposed to mitigate it. It was just patent.
You know, Mr. Gelfand, I'm hearing from a couple commissioners. Understand you represent the Bayside Village Marina, is that correct?
I represent, my company manages the Bayside Village Marina, and that includes the Back Bay Landing project.
Okay, I think it might be helpful to the commission to show if Ms. Spencer, or if we could bring back a slide and just show where your property is, if that's possible. Was that on any of
Would
the
be
slides?
helpful.
And I don't know if Ms.
Amrita, you're unmuted.
Oh, excuse me. Let's try the next slide. This might be a
That
good.
shows it.
Is the marina in the lower part of the slide then?
It's in the upper part of the slide. There's 2 docks that you see, but our marina continues up and to the right. We've got a total of 220 boat slips, and the dry storage area, it's currently dry storage, is part of the same parcel. My
All
company
right,
manages all
so
that.
tell you what, since I took a little bit of your time, now that we have it in front of us, I think it's helpful. Why don't you begin again, and I'll give you 3 minutes.
Okay. So if you look at the slide, the location of their proposed pump station is in the yellow circle. In the upper right corner of that dry storage area is Alternative 4, they call it in some of the documents they provided you. No, it's right there. Yes. Maybe you move the cursor a little bit. So we planned with them to have the pump station in that location, which is far superior on many levels. But they certify their own EIR. It's like a developer commissioning and certifying an EIR. We do not believe that their proposed expansion on their existing site is superior on any level. So yet what they did was sort of put the cart before the horse from planning position. They took through eminent domain that property in the yellow area instead of, they could have eminent domained the property in the northeast corner, which would have been a way better idea. The city of Newport Beach approved it because they thought the eminent domain rendered the whole issue moot, but you as a commission have the ability to actually consider Alternative 4 instead of Alternative 1, which works on many, many levels better. So that's all we're asking you today to do, is schedule a full hearing so that you can actually look at the alternatives thoroughly before you make your decision. So with that, I'll introduce Gordon Craig, our project manager.
Mr. Kramer.
Thank you, commissioners. If we could load up the PowerPoint here, I have 8 PowerPoint slides that I'd like to present to you.
Okay, why don't you
Uh,
pause
give-
the clock just
Give
for
us a
a
second
minute?
to bring it up.
Yep, we can pause the
No,
clock.
Craig. Craig.
Yeah, could you speak right into the mic too, sir? Thank you.
Oh, it's Gordon Craig, project manager for Back Bay.
Craig.
Craig.
Oh, I'm sorry, Craig. Oh, okay, and we have this was handed out to us.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you, Vanessa, for making that happen. Yeah, if we can go to the next slide, please. This represents, or this shows exactly what the local government, the city of Newport Beach, as well as the commission, almost by unanimous vote, approved in 2016. What's noteworthy there is the original pump station that is noted in the lower right-hand corner. If we go to the next PowerPoint slide, please. Okay, the clock's on the visual there. What this slide shows is how we've taken that conceptual plan and gone to full schematic drawing, and it still represents the existing pump station. We go to the next slide, please. This is what occurs now with the expansion of the pump station, which I will disagree with commission staff. It does interfere, block, and require us to substantially look at a revised amendment if this was to be approved. If you look at the next slide, please. This is the outline of the entire area of impact, that being the buildings that are encumbered by the new road accesses, 3 of them that are required. Go to the next slide, please. These are all of the impacts to the project area. If you go to the next slide, if we could go. These are the this is the imagery of what we lose with the pump station. The views to the upper Newport Back Bay, which is the throat or the beginning of the upper Newport Back Bay, as well as the views towards the harbor channel. That deck plaza, public plaza, is effectively eliminated. Next slide, please. This shows you again ground level of the plaza, public access point, as well as off in the to the right side of the right slide is the existing pump station as to how we had designed it. I might note that in 2017, or sorry, when we started this process, we worked with the sanitation district and they said they did not have any plans for an expansion. 2017, it's a new story. They needed to expand. So what I'm asking is, next slide, please, that you find substantial issue, recommend commission deny the current project as requested by OCSD, and then require OCSD to look at the northeast corner as Mr. Gelfand has so indicated. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now we're going to hear from the applicant. I'm not finding coastal issues specifically that are being referenced in your appeal, but we'll continue on and we'll have a discussion. We'll hear now from the applicant.
Okay, for the applicant, we have Don Schmitz and Mike Dorman.
Give you a total of 4 minutes, given the other folks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Don Schmitz for the record. And the first 3 minutes will be presented by Mr. Mike Dorman with the Orange County Sanitation
And
District.
could you please focus your comments on the coastal?
Coastal
Thank
Act
you.
issues, absolutely.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Coastal Commission. My name is Mike Dorman. I'm the Director of Engineering of Orange County Sanitation District. Next slide, please.
If you could speak louder, sir, that would be
Oh,
great.
sorry about that.
Yes, this is going to be 4 minutes for both of these folks. Thank you, sorry.
This shows the project layout. We have the pump station, which is part of this appeal. And then the next item we're going to have on the agenda is the force mains. Next slide, please. So pump station was built nearly 60 years ago, and it's really critical infrastructure for Newport Beach. It handles 50% of their flow, and the pump station includes a standby generator, odor control, and very limited access to the front of the pump station, which we need for maintenance as well as bypass pumping. Next slide. So as your staff has indicated that the community development plan does allow us to reconstruct that pump station within the property. Next slide, please. And really, the reason why it needs to be done now is because there's moderate to severe corrosion within the wet well. There is also the mechanical electrical equipment is at the end of its useful life. Next slide. So the developer talked about a couple different site plans. We did do an extensive study in 2014 and 15. We had 3 sites we looked at. Site 3 wasn't viable, talking to the city of Newport Beach. The south side they offered to us, there wasn't sufficient space to put all the facilities there, and it was also close to the water and needed a seawall. And then we determined that the site 1 was the preferred location. Next slide, or next click. So they did offer us the location, which they're talking about the northeast corner. We then spent 3 years doing the EIR and actually do a detailed design. And in 2019, they just said, we don't want you there anymore. And they moved us to the expanded place location. So we spent there the last 5 years. And go to the next slide. And then one more. So we haven't changed the footprint of that pump station. So that land they told us to go to, as well as the yellow access road, has not changed. And we've designed the pump station around that. There's also an eminent domain case that we've won through the courts, and it allows, so we've got the property rights, and then the access road can change however they want to change it, whatever suits them. We just need access from there. And that's mainly to prevent us getting access off the East Coast Highway. And in terms of truck traffic, we're all going to be in accordance with the EIR. And then we're only going to have pretty much 1 pickup truck per day. And then we'll bring additional maintenance equipment in as needed during the pump station operation. Next slide. And just kind of walking through this slide, this is the construction, this existing pump station. Next slide. The construction of the new pump station, as you can see, very tight, not a lot of access space to construct it at the same time. Next slide. And then demolishing the existing pump station. Then the next one's, click on it, please. Thank you. And then the constructing the odor control. And one feature we're adding is vapor control, which prevents any odors in the local area. Next slide. And then we have room actually on the site for bypass pumping, doing any major work, replacing valves. We currently have to put that out on the street and on the sidewalk. Next slide. So the pump station is going to be 4.5 feet taller. It's 2 feet higher because we have to increase the height of the electrical room due to tsunami run up and sea level rise, and the other 2.5 feet is really for air conditioning space. Next slide. I think you already saw the view of this. It's this coastal. We're trying to match their layout. We haven't really, they were going to do Mediterranean coastal. We try to match what their new layout's going to be. And then that's where we have talked to the city, and we could make an aesthetic modifications as required once they figure out what they're going to do. Next slide. And then this is really from the bluff. As you can see, an additional 4.5 feet. Is it going to impact any coastal views? And then next slide. And this is from the adjacent intersection. You can see, like they showed in their plans, their development is much higher than ours, so our pump station should be in their shadows. So that's what I have. Thank you.
Thank you. So Mr. Schmidt, if you could just focus on the coastal issues, if there, to the extent there
Yes,
are.
Madam Chair, and thank you, and I will do so.
He'll have 2 minutes.
2 minutes is more than adequate. And I appreciate that direction, because what I did not hear in the appellant's presentation was the Coastal Act issues as articulated appropriately so in the coastal staff report. And there are 5 grounds for which a substantial issue can be found. And it doesn't mean going back and relitigating things that happened at the local level. It's whether or not the local jurisdiction faithfully implemented the policies and the regulations in the local coastal program. There was a complete environmental impact report for this project. 50% of the wastewater through Newport Beach goes through this aging facility. A critical Coastal Act regulation is 30231 of the Coastal Act. If we get a failure of this facility, it is going to dump a tremendous amount of pollution into that environmentally sensitive habitat area. Incontrovertibly, this project needs to go forward. As is reflected in the staff report, the Planned Community Development Plan is a concept. There is no coastal development permit for the footprint, the size of the buildings, the matrix. It was simply the city of Newport Beach and the California Coastal Commission identifying that residential could be incorporated into this site. Remains to be seen. 8 years later, the neighbors, the appellants, have not come forward and brought to the city that I'm aware of an actual concise design. The issue in regards to the view corridors and view impacts, both the city planning staff, the city planning commission, and the city council and your staff, none of them believe that there will be significant deleterious impacts to coastal views. The height limits in that area are 35 feet. We're proposing something like 24 feet, and eventually our neighbors' development will loom over us. So this is the absolute most tight footprint that we can possibly have to move forward. So I think that somewhat wraps it up. I don't believe the last point that it raises a precedential issue that would be a problem for the city of Newport Beach or the Coastal Commission. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Schmidt. All right. Do we have others who oppose the application at the local level that would wish to speak?
There are no other speakers.
Okay. I'll bring back to staff and ask, Ms. Spencer, is it worthwhile to hear from the city? Or could you respond to?
I think I can respond.
Okay, that's
to the
great. Thank you
question.
very much. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm just gonna keep the our staff comments pretty brief. I think that Mr. Gorman and Mr. Schmitz, did a really good job of, kind of explaining where staff is at. I would just, quickly reiterate that the PCDP for this area states that conceptual themes, site plans and landscape plans are preliminary, and they would need to be modified through the site development review process. It is staff's understanding that that hasn't happened for this project yet at the local level. Yeah, again, these are much needed improvements to, a public utility. So I think that just wraps up staff's comments on this item.
All right, thank you. I'll bring it back to the commission for any discussion or a motion on the no substantial issue recommendation. All right, Commissioner Bochco, the motion,
Yes.
you have it?
I do. I
Okay.
move that the commission approve coastal development permit number
Uh,
5.
I'm afraid you
Am I
might
the
not.
wrong one?
That's the next one.
Oh, I'm on 15 instead of 14.
Yeah,
So
they're
sorry.
companions, so I understand how that happened.
Thank you, Mikey.
So this
I move
is,
that the commission determine that appeal number A5 NPB 240021 raises no substantial issue with respect to the grounds on which the appeal has been filed under section 30603 of the Coastal Act, and I'm asking for a yes vote, please.
all right, we have a motion and a second. I'll turn to the commission and ask if there is any objection to a consent, I'm sorry, unanimous consent. I don't know why I can't get this right. Yes vote on this. All right, seeing no opposition, the yes vote is unanimous, and we'll move on to the next item. Thank you. Which is the companion item to this, item 15A. This is going to be the CDP for the pipes and, yeah.
Thank you, Chair Hart. So Amrita Spencer is going to do the staff presentation on that matter as well. So go ahead, Amrita.
Great, thank you. Item 15A is a CDP application by OC San for the installation of two new approximately 13-foot long, 24-inch diameter force main pipes within a 72-inch diameter concrete casing, approximately 20 to 34 feet below the Newport Bay Channel in the city of Newport Beach. Next slide, please. As stated earlier, the project site is located adjacent to the Bay Bridge and underneath Newport Bay Channel. Next slide, please. The force mains are proposed to be installed via microtunneling from the OC San pump station beneath the highway and under the Newport Bay Channel to a valve vault located below grade in the public right-of-way on the corner of Bay Shore Drive and East Coast Highway. the city has a certified local coastal program. And thus the commission's jurisdiction is only the work that is occurring bayward of the mean high tide line, shown on this slide between the dotted lines. The existing force mains were initially constructed in 1966, and they're nearing the end of their useful life. OC San is proposing to fill the existing 24-inch diameter force main pipes with slurry and abandon them in place. Because the existing pipes will be abandoned in place, Special Condition 2 requires OC San to monitor the abandoned pipes, and Special Condition 3 requires OC San to seek a permit amendment for removal of the abandoned pipes if any portion of them become exposed in the future. Removal would address any hazards or visual impacts associated with the exposed pipes. Next slide, please. As mentioned previously, the proposed pipes will be installed via microtunneling. Microtunneling is a trenchless construction method. Although the purpose of the microtunneling technique is to avoid open trench impacts, there is still a potential to impact biological and marine resources through the inadvertent release of drilling fluid, also known as a frack out. To address concerns related to a frack out during the microtunneling activity, Special Condition 1 requires OC San to submit a detailed drilling fluid monitoring and spill contingency plan. If a frack out occurs, this condition would also require the applicant to cease microtunneling activities, assess any impacts, and submit a habitat restoration plan for approval by applicable regulatory agencies, which would include the Coastal Commission. While microtunneling is a well-established construction method, it is unknown currently what noise levels may be in the water during microtunneling activity. Therefore, Special Condition 4 requires OC San to submit a hydroacoustic testing plan, which would include a underwater hydroacoustic testing program to be implemented during the microtunneling activities to determine the appropriate exclusion zones specific to individual marine species. Should the hydroacoustic testing demonstrate microtunneling produces cumulative sound capable of disturbing marine wildlife, then Special Condition 5 would require OC San to prepare a marine wildlife protection plan. With the implementation of these conditions, any potential adverse impacts resulting from the microtunneling will be minimized to the greatest extent feasible. Next slide, please. In closing, staff believes that the project is consistent with the Chapter 3 policies as proposed and conditioned. Thus, staff is recommending approval of the proposed project with special conditions as outlined in the staff report. The motion to approve to adopt the staff recommendation is found on page 4 of the staff report. Staff would note that there is an addendum to this item that responds to questions raised in correspondence and which makes some minor corrections to the staff report. This has been posted along with the staff report on this commission's website. This concludes the staff.
Whoop, what happened? Okay, Ms. Spencer, thank you. Got cut off there. All right, I'm going to ask if there are any ex partes. All right, I'm going to open the public hearing and ask if you have an but not on the last one? Oh. Okay, go ahead on this one. It's okay. Go ahead and if your ex parte involved both the appeal and this, then you could state both at this time. It's totally fine. Go ahead.
Great.
Don't worry about it.
On July 2nd at approximately 3 p.m., I had an ex parte over the phone with Todd Smith and my chief of staff, Sean Burkhoff, where we discussed the project. And Mr. Smith indicated that the applicant was in agreement with the recommendations and included all conditions. Thank you. It's on file.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. All right. Any other ex partes? All right. In that case, I'll open the public hearing The applicant now is the Sanitation District. Are you speaking on behalf of them, Mr. Schmidt?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Okay, you'll have 3 minutes.
3 minutes
How long would you like?
for a coastal development permit?
I know, but, you know,
Well, is there any speakers in opposition?
I have no idea.
We have no other speakers besides Don Schmitz and Mike Dorman.
Oh, we have a joint presentation with Mike Dorman. Could you give us 10 minutes and we'll see if we can move along faster than that,
Well,
please?
if you feel that you need it, it seems pretty
We'll move it
straightforward.
along. I'll read the body language best as I can. Okay, so again, Billy, I hope.
All right, how about we give you 8 minutes and see if you can wrap it up in that time?
Okay, will do. So again, Don Schmitz on behalf of the applicant, Orange County Sanitation District. Billy, if you could pull up my presentation, the clock is ticking here. Oh, okay, good. I'm feeling the pressure.
We control our clock, see? That clock, time stands still when.
For me, it's
All
like
right.
right before a car wreck. It goes very slow and fast. Same time.
All right, let's get your presentation up and we'll proceed.
There we go.
All right.
All right. And go. And we're not advancing. So I'm going to panic again. There we go. So project overview, staff's already talked about this. This is the micro tunneling underneath the harbor. Again, this is a very antiquated system. Half the effluent in the city of Newport Beach goes through here. It's real important that we upgrade it. I think you're familiar with it. So we're going to be abandoning and plugging up the old force mains. And we're going to be, if you could move the clock, whoever's in charge of that, so we can show this cool graphic where we're doing the micro tunneling. We're going to be drilling down, creating these vaults, and with these small boring machines, like they use big giant boring machines for subways, we have very small ones so that we can bore underneath the channel. And our animation is just not working here. And it's not advancing.
It's
at all.
okay.
There we go.
There we go. I think we get the concept.
All right.
though.
So now you're all impressed with our animation here. We'll talk about what we're not doing, which is hugely important and is very often done in other places. That's dredging. And that's the bad old fashioned way where you come in highly disruptive to the environment, highly disruptive to the community. You know the drill. You have barges, you have excavators, you have a tremendous amount of turbidity and impacts to the marine environment. A more brute force and a lot less sophisticated and nuanced as far as that goes. So we've completely rejected that as an alternative. We believe that this is the cutting edge technology to get the infrastructure upgraded and maintain consistency with the Coastal Act. We have a number of environmental special conditions. Staff really ran a very tight ship in regards to the generation of the staff report. We are in agreement with all these conditions. The drilling fluid monitoring and spill contingency plan, Mike will embellish upon that a little bit more, is in case we get a frack out, which kind of sounds like a bad Grateful Dead experience concert, but it's basically if you get cracking and such and the drilling fluids can get out into the water, we have to have a plan for sealing that up and stopping all drilling and a monitoring plan for that. The pipe exposure monitoring plan is if somehow the old mains are exposed to the environment. Why are we not just going in pulling them out? Well, you saw those pictures from the dredging machines, and it would be highly disruptive to the environment. So we're going to fill them up with the concrete, and for the life of the project, we have to monitor for every 2 years and then every 5 years to make sure that they're never exposed. And if they are exposed, we have to come back to the commission and get another coastal development permit. The hydrostatic monitoring plan in the Marine Wildlife Protection Plan. I believe I had some slides on this. Yes, this is all cutting edge technology. We have to put together the report on how much acoustic impacts there will be from the micro drilling. We have to submit that to the staff for their review and clearance. We have to have wildlife monitors on the site during the micro drilling portion of the project. If there's any observed changes in wildlife, avian, pinnipeds, what have you, then we have to stop and we have to coordinate with your staff in regards to appropriate mitigation measures. We're also not allowed to drill, do the micro drilling if it's foggy and the wildlife monitors can't see actually what's going on out there. So it's a very, very tight program. And then last, before I turn it over to OC San, we have to have approval. In fact, we've gained approval from most of the other agencies. All those have to be submitted to the Coastal Commission staff, the United States Army Corps of Engineer, California Department of Fish and Wildlife, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, County of Orange, and the Regional Water Quality Control Board. So it's a really good and necessary project. We're very proud of it, but I'm going to go ahead and hand it over so that we can wrap up the rest of the presentation. Mike?
Thank you, Don. Oops. Again. So OC San, I'm Mike Dormer again with the Director of Engineering. So we're going to comply with the frac out requirements in terms of developing a plan with our contractor before we actually start the work and get approval from the Coastal Commission. We do think the potential for frac out is very low. Once the new force mains are in operation, we'll then be abandoning the existing force mains in place and then filling up with the grout, and we'll do the monitoring as Don mentioned. Okay.
You just have to let
Make it, you just go to the
them
next
know
slide.
and,
Yeah. Thank
all
you.
right.
And then we have two construction staging areas. One is, as we mentioned before, Castaway Parks. That's going to handle the construction trailer as well as equipment and materials. And then at the OC Sand plant number 2, which is about 5 miles away, we'll have a material there and also the storage of soil. And we'll have a stormwater pollution plan at both locations. Next slide. Okay, thank you. And then for the special conditions, 8 and 9, we comply. We'll assume the assumption of risk as well as waivers. And then the overall project is almost 5 years. It's a year for the force mains, 2 years for the pump station, and then a year to do the demo as well as the odor control. Without taking any questions you have. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, so we have no other speakers in opposition. Anything from Ms. Spencer in response to any of the applicants? All right. So we'll
Nothing
bring it-
further. Thanks.
All right, thank you very much. We'll bring it back to the commission in that case for discussion and a motion. The motion is on page, sorry. Commissioner Bochco.
This time I have it again.
That's right.
I
This
move
is-
that the commission approve coastal development permit. Am I on the right one?
You haven't said which
Did I
one it is.
switch? Oh, I'm
No, you do have the right one. 5-23.
so. Erase that.
Vanessa, are you? Okay, let's just start over. Commissioner Bochco, would you like to make the motion? It's on page 4.
I was, when I was ready to say something that wasn't foul.
Sorry, I'm
Yeah, it's devolving quickly, so we better
All right.
finish
Is it-
the
it's-
hearing today.
It's the last one, right? So.
No, I still want to, but
Oh, never mind. I move that the commission approve coastal development permit 5230345 pursuant to the staff recommendation. And I'm
I think
asking-
it's 0115 though. That's the only thing.
What?
5-23-0115.
0345 is what I have. What do you
Um,
have?
0115. It's okay, just if you could move 5-23-0115,
I
that
may
would be
be,
great.
no, is this 15B?
15B was not consent.
Yeah, like
It's
me.
somebody else.
All right, there we go.
Okay, I got it. I move that the commission approve coastal development permit number 5230115 pursuant to the staff recommendation. I'm asking for a yes vote.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. We have a motion and a second. All right. Does any commissioner object to unanimous yes vote on this item? Seeing none, the CDP is approved and we can move on now to our last item, which is going to be item 15B was on consent, so we're moving to 15C, and then after that, we'll do the statewide items.
Thank you. So that does take us to item 15C, and Fernie Tsai, the lead analyst on this project, is going to do the staff presentation. If we can get the staff PowerPoint pulled up, and Fernie, as soon as you're ready, please carry it away.
Alrighty. Good afternoon, commissioners. Item 15C is an application by the City of Seal Beach for a coastal development permit to implement regulations and standards for the operation of short-term rentals in residentially zoned areas within the coastal zone. As the City of Seal Beach does not have a certified LCP, Chapter 3 of the Coastal Act is the standard of review. Next slide, please. The Coastal Act's policies protect and prioritize lower-cost visitor and recreational facilities and require that public coastal access be maximized. The Commission has found that visitors serving overnight accommodation uses, including STR units, help maximize opportunities for the public to access the coast by providing options for overnight accommodations at a range of prices in communities close to the coast. At the same time, the Commission has recognized concerns over potential adverse impacts associated with STRs with respect to community character, which is also protected by the Coastal Act, and other public coastal access resources, including parking and affordable housing. The City of Seal Beach's proposed program only applies to the coastal zone and seeks to strike a balance between providing visitors serving overnight accommodations and maintaining long-term housing by establishing regulations, standards, and permit processes governing the renting of privately owned visitor-serving residential units on a short-term basis. On the screen are key points from the city's STR program. One of those key points is that the total number of permitted STR units shall not exceed 1% of the total number of residential units in the coastal zone, which, based on recent city calculations, is approximately 47 units. In addition, the dwelling unit used as an STR cannot be a deed-restricted affordable housing unit, junior accessory dwelling unit, or accessory dwelling unit built after January 1st, 2020. And no more than one permit shall be given to any person, group, or entity. The proposed program also does not limit the type of rental, for example, hosted, unhosted, whole home, or partial home rentals. While the city does not have organized historical records of the number of STRs that have existed in the city, it has enough data to suggest that between 14 and 25 STRs have existed since 2009. The proposed 1% cap maintains and increases the potential number of STR permits in the coastal zone. This 1% cap is comparable to the permitted ratios found in other nearby cities, such as 1.5% for Laguna Beach, 1% for San Diego, and 1.6% for the city of Long Beach. The city has provided information to show that continuation of STRs in the coastal zone would add to the existing overnight accommodations provided by the two hotels in the coastal zone without affecting its ability to meet regional housing needs, thereby protecting and enhancing public access opportunities consistent with the Coastal Act while minimizing impacts to community character and avoiding impacts to existing affordable housing stock. Next slide, please. While Commission staff recommends approval of the proposed STR program, special conditions should be imposed to clarify and monitor the program to ensure impacts to public access and coastal resources are minimized. A clarification is needed to ensure that any prohibition of STRs in communities with homeowner association conditions, covenants, and restrictions is either legally established prior to enactment of the Coastal Act or authorized in accordance with Coastal Act requirements. Staff also recommends that permit clarify that any future changes to the city proposed STR program be submitted to the executive director for review and determined if an amendment is necessary. Additionally, to ensure that the proposed STR program does not adversely impact coastal resources, staff suggests the Commission require the applicant to study and assess the program's potential of its impact on public access, including lower cost overnight accommodations and housing over a 6-year period. If significant adverse impacts are observed, the city shall seek an amendment from the Commission to revise the program. Since the publishing of the staff report, Commission staff received one correspondence, which was from Better Neighbors LA, and an addendum has been prepared. In their correspondence, they state that their preference is for hosted-only short-term rentals and request that the Commission amend the city's STR program to allow the same. However, Better Neighbors LA also state that if this change to hosted-only STRs is not made, that 3 specific changes to the CDP be made, including imposing a primary residence requirement for STR operators and providing a distinction between hosted and unhosted short-term rentals. With respect to the specific suggested changes to the program proposed by Better Neighbors LA, the city indicates that, in general, changes that would enforce a hosted-only rental program or regulate the number of nights an unhosted STR could operate would be infeasible. The city states that due to limited personnel, the city would be unable to effectively enforce such a hosted-only STR program. While the changes proposed by Better Neighbors LA might encourage more lower-cost overnight accommodations and minimize potential for residential units to be converted to STRs, that is not guaranteed. And as previously stated, the Commission finds that the program, as proposed and conditioned, is consistent with Chapter 3 of the Coastal Act. Further, with regard to impacts to the housing stock, the city has indicated that their plan to provide more housing in accordance with the latest regional housing needs assessment does not rely on the redevelopment of areas within the coastal zone. As stated by the city, its plan to provide for these regional housing needs assessment units, plus an additional buffer, is not anticipated to be impacted by implementation of the STR program. Better Neighbors LA also proposes changes to the rubric relating to special condition number 3 that requires an STR program study. The city does accept some of these changes. However, for the changes that the city does not accept, its reasoning centers on the fact that the data sets that Better Neighbors LA is requesting are neither housed within the city nor readily available for the city, and the city does not have funding to obtain some of such information. As conditioned, the proposed project is consistent with the public access, recreation, development, and community character policies of the Coastal Act. Therefore, staff recommends that the Commission approve CDP number 523-0482 with these 3 special conditions. The motions and resolutions are on page 6 of the staff report. This concludes staff's presentation, and staff is available for questions.
Oops. Thank you so much, Fernie. All right, are there any ex partes? All right, seeing none, open the public hearing. Ask how many speakers there are on this item.
We have 2 speakers.
Okay. Start with the first.
Both are on Zoom. We'll start with Alexis Middle. And then Alexa, I see that you're in as a panelist. I see, and you just unmuted. Okay.
So this is the applicant, it looks like.
Representative of Seal Beach, yes.
All right, and how much time would you need, ma'am?
Quite honestly, Mr. Tsai's report and the staff report well covers everything I'm going to say, so I can be very quick or I can simply be here for questions.
I thought it was a great presentation. So unless you'd like to present, we could go forward and you could respond to any questions if that's okay with you and the commission.
That's fine for me. Thank you.
All right, that's fine. We'll move on to the next speaker then. Okay,
Give
just
us
a
second.
sec. You were doing so well.
It was my fault. It was my fault. I muted the wrong thing.
It's okay.
I muted stream, so it's in attendee mode.
Does the speaker, is it that the speaker has a presentation?
I know.
So we just have oh, I see. Okay.
Had to set up another screen. Okay, that is the other screen, and it's being muted.
Maybe the person could call in. Would that help?
It's us. He accidentally shut down the audio to the screen.
Oh.
That is being done in another location.
So someone at the other location needs.
Can I recommend we take a 5-minute break?
No, it sounds like, oh, you need the break? Okay, doke. No problem. We'll take a 5-minute break. and we'll come back at about 2:35.
Lunch breaks, man. They're getting it delivered. It's taking a half an hour. I'm just fine. I can move on. Hey, are you with the office? No, that's okay.
Grab water. Be right back. These are kind of-
You have someone?
No, I don't.
Oh, someone,
Yeah.
who's that? The officer?
Yeah, that's the problem. So our screen got muted on this end on accident, and someone ran at it. Yeah. But the stream still audio is okay? Okay. Where's the computer? Which computer? You've got him? Yeah. Okay.
Okay, we're good to go now.
Okay, we're back.
All right.
Where
Okay,
we were is
and
you
we
had
just-
one more published speaker.
We just had the one public speaker, and Noah Suarez Sykes.
All right.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Tremendous. Fantastic. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Chair Hart. My name is Noah Suarez Sykes, and I'm an organizer at Better Neighbors LA, a coalition
And you'll
of
have 2 minutes, Mr. Sykes.
Absolutely. Fantastic.
Okay.
So I'm an organizer at Better Neighbors LA, a coalition of hosts, tenants, housing activists, and community members. We conduct data analysis and research on the short-term rental industry throughout the coastal zone and its impact on coastal access and housing. Good to see you all again. We'd like to thank the Commission and its staff for including a report back requirement and incorporating some of our suggestions into the evaluation rubric as outlined in the addendum. This information will provide the public and the Commission with a more comprehensive review of the impact of this regulation. However, Better Neighbors asked the Commission to amend the CDP to allow only true home sharing and hosted-only short-term rentals, as this is the best way to protect affordable access to the coast for visitors and residents. Unhosted short-term rentals are often more luxury-oriented accommodations and don't necessarily accommodate large groups. According to AirDNA, which aggregates data from several STR platforms, there were approximately 56 STRs operating throughout Seal Beach as of March 2023, 51 of which were unhosted, and all but one of which were located inside the coastal zone. Further, according to Inside Airbnb, the average unhosted STR includes only 2 beds and accommodates 3.9 people with a per-person cost of $71.80, whereas a comparable stay at an existing hotel accommodating 4 people was on average $48.50 a person. Inside Airbnb also shows that 11 of the 21 STRs listed on this single platform provide only 1 bed and accommodate at most 2 guests. This data analysis illustrates that unhosted STRs in Seal Beach cannot be considered low-cost coastal accommodations, and a true home sharing model must be considered to ensure affordability. However, should the commission decide to not move forward with the true home sharing model, we recommend the commission amend the CDP to include strong STR policies present in other jurisdictions, including a primary residence requirement for STR operators, a distinction between hosted and unhosted short-term rentals, and a 60-night cap on the number of nights an STR may operate in a year. Without amendments, Seal Beach's proposed CDP will lack key provisions to protect existing housing stock and will not necessarily provide low-cost overnight accommodations for visitors. Thank you so much.
Okay, you ready? Yes. I am so out of it at this point. Okay, I'm going to bring it back to staff for any comments in response to the public comment.
Thank you, Chair Hart. Staff responded to those comments in our staff report, in our initial comments, and in the staff report addendum, so I think we're covered.
Okay, thank you. Bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Wilson?
Yeah, I got a couple questions. Well, one is at 1%, what is that of the total housing stock now?
And that's going to be to Mr. Is it Mr. Sai? How do you, I'm sorry.
Well, I believe the number is 47. There's 4,700 residential units in the coastal zone in the city, and this is 1%, so 47.
Okay. But I mean, when I go on to information about Seal Beach, it doesn't conform. So I'm just kind of wondering, that's not how it appears on the in the old Google search, but okay, I'll accept that. The second question is the fee structure for the STRs? Is there a fee structure that's also part of this? Are they charging a fee for, are they permitting this as opposed to just allowing it? And will it have a fee structure?
There is a permitting system that is part of the proposal. I believe there would be a fee charged. I don't know that we know what that fee schedule is, but perhaps the city does have that information. So Ms. Smittle is available.
The reason I'm asking this question is because, well, what I'm hearing from the city is that they don't have the capacity to get information and the data and those sorts of things. This generally is one of the ways that you create that capacity, is it's embedded in your fee structure so that you can get that information. I want to know, I'm asking if they're thinking about that in terms of how they move forward.
Perhaps maybe we could direct that to the city. Yeah.
Thank you for the question. We do have a fee structure. It is based on cost recovery for staff to handle the program, to manage the paperwork, and keep the peace, if you will, amongst our STR and neighborhood communities. The annual fee, I believe, is $400 at this point, which again is based on staff recovery costs. To your point, absolutely, that is how, we base our fees. So we could go up from there, but what was being requested, in my opinion, is very much like a market study, something that would be better done on a regional basis as opposed to a local basis, and to hire a consultant and embed those fees within the structure that is. I think we would have a substantially higher annual permit fee.
Okay, you're talking about a market study. That's one way to look at it, but then there's just the housing impact study. Is that sort of embedded in that discussion?
Yes, in terms of housing impacts and trying to weigh the impacts of the short-term rental program upon housing and market rates and all those types of things. Yes, I believe that is a market study that we would have a consultant for.
And so if currently there's currently there's an estimation of 56 short-term rentals, is that what I'm hearing? I'm reading both from the staff report as well as from what was given to us by LA Neighbors. So can we?
Yeah, I believe that the 56 number comes from Better Neighbors LA. I'm not sure where they got their data, but
okay. So what is the estimate then right now for in the city by the city's numbers?
The city does not regularly, sorry, my apologies. Go ahead.
Please go ahead.
The city does not regularly track the activities of permitted or unpermitted short-term rentals. We have some points in time, and they do vary. Our best guess was that there were, roughly, 15 to 25 unpermitted short-term rentals operating within the city, but we do believe they fluctuate by season. And again, we don't have good tracking data for that.
Okay, I mean, I just tell you, the smaller jurisdictions in this basically can get these numbers through firms that do that for very little money. So I guess it's hard for me to imagine that kind of analysis is not done by the city already by the time they're bringing this to us. Yeah, I mean, people can just do this. You can do the search, you can pay to have it done. It doesn't cost that much money. So if the only number I have is what is given to me by LA Better Neighbors or whatever name is, then that means if we're assuming that now the cap is 43, right? That 47, like it's a movable cap. Why don't we just make that a hard cap as opposed to a 1%? And the other part I'm wondering about is, so you will lose some to attrition, I assume, if they're already higher than that number now. No?
Well, they aren't higher than that now in terms of what is locally permitted. They have some certificates of, conditional use permitted short-term rentals, but that is so, I think it's around 20 permitted. So the 47 would be a cap and nothing more.
I'm sorry, I just usually have such better information than this. So right now, aside from the ones that have conditional use permits associated with them, it's not a permitted use per se. This is their first shot at a permitted structure for short-term rentals in the city.
That's correct.
I have that understood. And so the starting point is 1%, not knowing or having information. That's what I'm hearing. And will there be a time when this comes back to us? What's the expectation for that to come back to us for an update?
Yeah, there is a 6-year monitoring requirement.
Mm-hmm.
And at that point, if there are some observed effects on, coastal resource impacts, then we could ask the city to bring this back for changes to the program.
Can we shorten that? I mean, it seems like you can get the data in 2 years. You can get you'll know. I mean, it's not that hard to get this data. That's why I'm pretty disappointed. So can I hear from staff on that?
I think just the purpose of the monitoring program, and some of the conditions we put in were to gather some of the data you're talking about, because I think we also don't have a lot to go on. We're trying to work with the city and they have their own constraints that, we're not really privy to. So, we can ask the city about a timeline change. I think 6 years was what we agreed upon, but if there's an interest from the commission to change that term, we could certainly discuss it.
And I agree also with LA Neighbors in terms of, in so many places we have the cap on the short-term rentals that are whole hosted or whatever, but we don't necessarily have caps on shared, and we also reduce or have lower caps on where they rent for less than, say, 30 days in a year, consecutive 30 days a year, so that people can go on vacation and rent their house and not necessarily have to do all these other things and have that opportunity. So in some ways, I mean, this actually, it doesn't create a lot of opportunity for homeowners. In some ways, it really does push that it really makes it more about unhosted. And also, this is just not the greatest proposal that's come before us.
Understood. I think we were looking at it as sort of a first step. Like this city, all the different local governments are different in their sophistication levels. They're, in terms of understanding how this is working in their city, how much of a problem it is, what their community wants. And this particular, in my view, local government is just a little bit earlier in that process than we've seen a lot of local governments. So it's the first step in a process of trying to pull in information, get a handle on some of these things, and doesn't preclude, for example, if it creates a problem,
and there's an interest in the community, and you have folks that are saying, we want to rent out our house when we go on vacation, and we can't do that under this program, we expect that will get changed over time through this process. But that was how we approached it, just so you.
And I read, at least, again, this Google search could be wrong, that the homeowner vacancy rate is 1.1% and that the rental vacancy rate is 2.7%. Is that, am I accurate on this? Can I ask the city about that?
I don't have that data specific to the coastal zone. I believe our homeowner, that number for homeownership seems low to me on a citywide basis, simply because we do see a lot of turnover in our very large retirement community of Leisure World, which is outside of the coastal zone.
Okay. All right, well, the reason I asked this is because if you took 1% of any city and said, I'm going to aggregate that into one neighborhood, tear down that whole neighborhood and build a hotel, we would be losing our minds. And we're just doing this as a land use change instead. And so it's impactful, even though it's less than other places. Even my own county has a higher percentage rate than this, and and they're feeling it. And I can see probably why, if the increase as from that letter went from, I don't know, Airbnb went from up to 47% in 5 years, as was in that correspondence. I can imagine that's why there's neighbors wanting to. They've probably come to city council and said, "We've got to do something. You've got to do something." And so here we are. I'm just wondering, can we get a turnaround on that that's less than 6 years? Is that possible? Can we ask the staff that?
So yeah, right now it is 6 years. We could change that number.
Could we cut that in half so that we can get something back and really get the information?
Yeah, I think if staff would be open to changing that, although I think we should hear from the city about that as well.
Yeah, that's what I was asking.
Can we hear from the city if 3 years is acceptable?
Yes, 3 years is acceptable. Thank you.
Okay, great. So that'll be
Appreciate that.
changed. All right, Commissioner Rice?
I
Yeah.
just want to clarify, we're going to incorporate that into our staff recommendation, that change from 6 years to 3 years.
That's correct. Thank you.
And that's for the comprehensive rubric study and evaluation of the STR program. I was going to suggest 3 years as well. I was also going to ask that in that I was looking at the table of data that's being collected that that the city also identify if the short-term rental is a primary residence or not. And I know that they backed away from doing hosted versus non-hosted or primary residence as other counties have or other jurisdictions have, because they think it's hard to determine that, but it actually really isn't. And given that these permits are renewed annually, I would think it's pretty easy to provide the 2 examples of paperwork that showed something's your primary residence. So this is not about requiring a primary residence. This is just about establishing what the current stock of licenses being issued, if it is a primary residence or not. It's just more information. And if it's an STR that's being hosted or unhosted, because actually the regulation as presented doesn't mind if it's hosted or unhosted. It's just not making a requirement, correct? Yeah,
That's
so
correct.
just really understanding how these STRs are being used. Is the city okay with adding some of those other data points for their comprehensive rubric study and evaluation of the STR program?
That'd be to the city?
Yeah.
Yes, that's fine. We track.
Thank you.
Okay. That's all I wanted to add. And I do think if it's a first step, it makes sense to have that much shorter time period, and really understanding what's happening makes sense and allow for modifications going forward. Thank you.
Commissioner Uranga?
Thank you, Chair. I just find it interesting that this is a new program and we as a commission are telling you what to do. You don't have the data. Get the data. That'll tell us at least where we're at with your application and what you want to do. I was surprised to hear that there are some aspects of this program that you just don't have a handle on. So what have you been doing all this time? And what have neighbors and owners in your city been doing? Isn't that a wild western town? But sure, it looks to me like it's being run like one. So please, get your data, get it together, come to us with more accurate information so that we don't have to be, well, for lack of a better terms, not scolding you, but directing you. You tell us what you want, and we're going to tell you that you're on the right track rather than us have to tell you, get on the right track. I don't know if you know what I mean, but yeah, either way, it's the information that I'm hearing today is a little bit disheartening. Thank you, Commissioners Wilson and Rice, for bringing this up, because you bring up very important points, important points as to what we need to make good decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Nuttall.
Yeah, and I appreciate that this is a starting point. And I do, in the spirit of trying to figure out how to balance these things, as Chair Hart talked about earlier, I just want to associate myself with concern that, not distinguishing between hosted and unhosted seems like not a great way to develop the program, because we do know that hosted short-term rentals are less expensive generally than, hosted ones are less expensive than unhosted. So we should see a mix of those. And we want to see, how do we develop more hosted that allows people to stay in their homes and while also providing lower cost visitor serving in the coastal zone. So I just wanted, as jurisdictions are starting to develop these, it's important to me at least that we see how do we handle hosted versus unhosted. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner.
I'm ready to make the motion.
I just had just one quick comment. It's interesting. I just also did a really quick just search, and I also at the time I read the report, and it's interesting in this area. There actually are some lower cost hotels in this area, surprisingly, in Seal Beach and just in that surrounding area. And the Airbnb seem more expensive, at least as it exists today. So that's just an interesting side note. But saying that, of everything that I've heard from my colleagues, the one thing that makes the most sense is for the people that live in the coastal zone that want to rent their houses when they go on vacation, if there's no, and this is really to the city, that really is a provision that I think just makes so much sense to include in your program. So as you go forward in the next 3 years, maybe that's just something to think about. And I don't think that's possible here. Is that the way the program is set up now, or is it? That people could within this program rent out their house while they're out of town?
It is not a part of this program, correct?
No, yeah, because the license is for more of a full-time. Well, that's what the city is saying. My colleagues are disagreeing with me. So before we open this up, could you, the city, respond to why that is not the case, or if it would be possible to incorporate that?
You don't need a permit.
It's not incorporated in this program currently. As mentioned, we don't have a lot of manpower to enforce what's allowed or not what's taking place or not taking place within a short-term rental. It is not prohibited to be a part of this program and do a home share or something like that. You can have home sharing within the permit program as it's set up today. And no, we did not bring in a provision that allows for, say, you can have 30 days of sharing your home. We haven't actually had any questions from our community about that. So either it's
okay, we're coming up with something that's not necessarily an issue for you. All right, well, we have Commissioner Rice would like to make a motion.
Yeah, and then just to clarify, the ordinance is silent on how the unit is rendered out. Could be hosted, might be unhosted.
Right.
Might be a month when someone's out on vacation. They have to have a license to do any of those things.
Commissioner Wilson?
So in 3 years, this comes back. Will that come back as when there'll be an update for a request, like to do an, to update the ordinance? Is that what, or is it just a report on the information? And what's the trigger for us in terms of to respond to that data?
At this point, it's a report on the information.
can we limit this then to 3 years in terms of the action that it's renewed in 3 years or with the data that comes back?
That is something you could do. That is not something that's currently in the staff recommendation.
Okay.
Okay, so maybe what we would do is we'd do a motion and then doing an amended motion and see if there's support for that. That seems like the appropriate way to proceed here. So would
Okay.
you like to make a motion?
Sure. I move that the commission approve coastal development permit number 5-23-0482 pursuant to the staff recommendations with the amended 3-year report back on the various data collection. And that's it, right?
Okay, so you would ask for, your
Yeah,
motion is
yes
for a
vote.
report, but not that the program would terminate after 3 years,
I
subject
thought-
to
I
commission.
thought that would be an amended motion.
It would be. So right now we have a motion, just adds the 3 years, but other than that, it's consistent with staff report. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
All right, so we have motion and a second, and now we would make the amended motion.
I will make an amending motion that the permit expires in 4 years. So that there's time to respond to the data that we get in 3 years. That's my motion.
All right, and is there a second for that?
Second.
All right, so we have a motion, an amending motion and a second, so we would vote on the amended motion first. All right, so why don't we have a roll call vote on the amended motion? Does everyone understand what it is? 3-year report, 4-year, but I would imagine at the 3-year point, Commissioner Wilson, if the program is going well, we could set aside the 4-year termination.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I would just suggest that Commissioner Wilson read the whole thing because it does sound, as he stated it, that it's in lieu of the original motion. Just for
No,
clarification.
it's not in lieu of it.
I know, but the way it just sounded out for clarity.
Okay, well, I'm not reading anything. I just came off the top of my
Well,
head. So.
Saying.
Well,
Stating.
do you want me to
stating.
sort of make an attempt to restate? So the
Sure.
motion is, Commissioner Rice moved that the commission approve coastal development permit 0482 pursuant to the staff recommendation. And she included in that there would be a 3-year period when a report would be due, and that was seconded. The amended motion then added that in 4 years, the permit that I've just read the number of would expire unless it is approved again by the commission prior to or at that hearing. Is that correct? And we have, so let's vote on the amended motion. Ms. Miller,
One clarification, if I might, Chair.
of course.
The hosted versus unhosted analysis is not currently part of the.
Correct,
SDR
because the
report,
city was
so,
unable to.
I was just wanted to be clear that we are also requesting them to add that into the 3-year study.
Yes.
Oh, into the
infor-
study,
Yeah.
correct, right, but not the permit.
Right.
Uh-huh. All right, so I think we're ready for the vote.
Commissioner Bochco,
Yes.
Bochco, yes. Commissioner Striplin,
Yes.
Striplin, yes. Commissioner Harmon,
Yes.
Harmon, yes. Commissioner Lowenberg,
Yes.
Lowenberg, yes. Commissioner Nodal,
Aye.
Nodal, yes. Commissioner Rice,
Yes.
Rice, yes. Commissioner Turnbull Sanders,
Yes.
Turnbull Sanders, yes. Commissioner Uranga,
Aye.
Uranga, yes. Commissioner Wilson,
Yes.
Wilson, yes. Commissioner Aguirre.
Yes.
Aguirre, yes. Chair Hart,
Yes.
Hart, yes. The vote is unanimous.
All right, so the amended motion has now been adopted and therefore the initial motion goes by the wayside. No.
No,
we now
now you
vote
need to
on
vote
the,
on the main motion. Now
and-
that is included in the main motion.
it's included in the, so we need to vote on the main
You
motion.
still have to vote on, yes.
Which would, but that would not alter the amended motion.
Nope.
Includes the,
It
it includes the amended motion. All right. Well, let me ask you this. Does any commissioner object to unanimous yes vote on the main motion? All right, seeing no objection, the main motion is adopted. And the CDP is adopted as amended. All right, great. All right, now we're going to turn to the statewide issues that we did not cover yesterday. They are on yesterday's agenda. We're going to begin with the sorry, I'm going to go down to that. The approval of the minutes. Do we have any minutes to approve? Okay, there's 2 sets of minutes to approve, and I'm looking for a motion and a second on the minute approval, please. This is for February and December. We have a motion?
So moved.
Who was that? Commissioner Harmon, second by Wilson. All right, is there any objection to unanimous yes vote on this item? Seeing none, minutes are approved. Move to the next item, which is commissioners' reports. Any reports? Okay, subcommittee, we don't really have any subcommittees. With regard to the Conservancy report, I was unable to attend the Conservancy meeting. My alternate Madeline Cavallari did attend, but she's unable to report today, so she'll be providing that report next month. On the Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy report, do we have anything there? Is that you, Commissioner Bochco? Are you the Santa Monica Mountain? Didn't have a meeting? All right. Bay, who's Bay Restoration? Is that Commissioner Escalante still? No.
No, I think that's,
No, no. Who is that? You.
Oh, but we did have a meeting, but I was not able to.
Why not? No, just kidding. All right. All right.
I don't even remember why not.
All right. Do we have a Deputy Attorney General's report?
Yes, hello, Commissioners. I'm pleased to report that in Casablanca versus Santa Monica County and California Coastal Commission, DAG Elizabeth St. John prevailed in a published decision where the court decided and held that notice of violation cannot be challenged, even where it seeks future penalties.
That's
We now
great.
have a published decision on that, and that'll be very helpful for us moving forward.
You know, is it possible for those of us, I would love to see the decision. Would it be possible for you just, I think it's easier to send it to all the commission and then people that don't want it can just not read it.
Sure.
But I would love to read it.
Happy to send it to everybody.
Okay, really appreciate it. Thank you very much. All right, that concludes the statewide issues. We're now going to move to closed session, which will be down the hall. No, it's going to be the room we had lunch in yesterday. All right, so we'll go over there and then we'll report out on closed session tomorrow morning. So thank you to everybody, the public, everyone that's here, everyone on Zoom. We really appreciate it. And we will be back tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. And not to mention to our awesome crew from AGP. Except for Chris. Oh, no. We love you, Chris. We love you. We have to be nice to Chris, you know, because Vail is leaving. All right, we'll go to closed session.